Check, 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 check. Check, check. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, volume on. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to each one of you. We would request you all to kindly take your seats, be seated, be comfortable, and all mobile phones to be kindly put on to silent mode. We will begin with the proceedings in few moments from now. Thank you. Once again, warm welcome and be seated. Thank you.
The world is facing fundamental challenges. The planet under pressure, productivity stalling, opportunity stubbornly unequal. Technology is central to the answer. With our customers, we create the critical networks that bring together the world's people, machines, and devices, using and reusing the world's resources more efficiently to be more productive, inclusive, and open. Bringing digital to the world's heavy industries, connecting families and colleagues at unprecedented scale, enabling access to work, healthcare, markets, and education. Sensing and acting in real time, helping the world act together.
The cloud has become a major part of many businesses' operations. According to the State of the Cloud Report 2021, businesses adopted cloud services more than they had planned before. Although moving to the public cloud can save money initially, it has some disadvantages in the long run, such as dependency on cloud providers for data governance and data sovereignty, less in-house technical support, and the need to rely on external resources for managing services. Most of the organizations are considering building their own cloud using open source frameworks like OpenStack and Kubernetes to control data long-term and to reduce management and deployment costs. There are also challenges enterprises face when it comes to managing edge applications, network configuration, deployment of any workloads, vendor lock-ins, application rollout, and more. CoreEdge, a revolutionary cloud and edge computing platform for orchestration, applications, and infrastructure management, help you with its product Cirrus Cloud Platform and Cloud Compass. Cirrus Cloud Platform by CoreEdge is an OpenStack and Kubernetes-based software platform that provides services for managing the cloud environments. CCP is software on top of bare metal servers or any data centers. Manage Kubernetes clusters across public, private, hybrid, and edge clouds with CoreEdge. Cloud Compass helps to manage clusters remotely, manages network configuration, application rollouts, and more.
Ladies and gentlemen,
CoreEdge works for many enterprises.
once again, good afternoon and a very warm welcome. We would request everybody to kindly take their seats, all mobile phones put onto silent mode. We will begin with the proceedings in another 4 to 5 minutes from now. Thank you. May I request everybody to kindly be seated, all mobile phones put onto silent mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin the proceedings of today's 5G India 2022, the 6th International Hybrid Conference, I have the proud privilege in inviting on stage Mr. Rajat Mukherjee, Director General BIF. A warm welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome. I invite our distinguished guest, Sri Kishore Babu, DDG SRI, Department of Telecommunications, Ministry of Communications. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome him. Ladies and gentlemen, our eminent dignitary, Professor Kiran Kuchi, Professor, Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Hyderabad, will be joining us virtually. Dr. R.K. Upadhyay, Executive Director, CDOT, will be joining us in a few moments from now. Also joining us virtually in this session would be Mr. Satish Jamdagni, Vice Chair, TSDSI, Vice President, Reliance Jio. And may I invite on the stage Mr. Dinesh Chand Sharma, Director, Standards and Public Policy, SCSEI. A warm welcome to you, sir. Also inviting Mr. Shashidharan, Managing Director, Bharat Exhibitions, to join us on the stage. Namaskar and good afternoon. A very warm welcome to the 5G India 2022, the 6th International Conference on Digital Transformation with 5G, on the theme Driving Next Phase of Economic Growth with 5G, which is being organized by Bharat Exhibitions, supported by Bharat Dursanchar, India Telecom, supporting industry associations, 3GPP and ETSI, the knowledge partners, Broadband India Forum, BIF, and the standard partners, TSDSI. Ladies and gentlemen, building on the success of India's biggest 5G event in 2021, we are now happy to welcome you all to the 6th edition of 5G India 2021, a hybrid conference and exhibition, which will once again bring together India's telecom industry, leaders, policymakers, and telecom analysts to discuss on the issues and opportunities related to the deployment of 5G high-speed digital applications and how such a technology could usher the country into new India. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to begin the proceedings, may I invite Mr. Rajat Mukherjee, Director General BIF, for the welcome address. Let's put our hands together once again to welcome.
A very good afternoon and welcome to everybody on this, the first day of the plenary session, when we're going to be having a panel discussion. But before I do anything else, a very good afternoon to the chair of this session, Sri Kishore Babu, and to each of the panelists, whether you are here physically or virtually. Do we have the virtual ones up with us yet? I've always been uncomfortable with this business about having a hybrid mode, but one has to consider what the requirements of the day are. I would much rather have had everybody sitting over here and having a more engaging conversation, but the reality is hybrid is the flavor of the season. I find it difficult to say hybrid, or maybe that's better than virtual. Virtual is digital, goodness knows. This is 5G, this is digital, this is the next age, this is what the importance of standards is in this kind of an environment. And it cannot be overemphasized. In this 5G era, we have Open RAN, we have shared infra, we have street furniture, and they're all manufactured under different specs for different requirements, and they all have to come together and provide high speed, low latency, and superior quality of service. That's the foundational expectation from everybody on 5G services. So to talk about the Indian journey on standards and innovation, we have possibly the best and the brightest brains with us today. And my grateful thanks to each of you on behalf of the Broadband India Forum and Bharat Exhibitions for joining us today. With such a vast amount of experience behind us, one might ask, what is the need for such a high focus on standards? But innovation and standards are two integral parts of the same game and need to balance each other out if you do not wish to stifle one or the other. The challenge which is being faced across the world as these new technologies blossom is how can they be brought to benefit mankind? And that is the story of standards. That is the story of innovation. But it is not here for me to give you a lecture, rather to introduce the session today. So it is my great pleasure to introduce to you Shri Kishore Babu, ITS, DDG Standards, R&D and Innovation in the Department of Telecommunications, Ministry of Communications, Government of India. In his current role, he facilitates engagement with the Indian digital communications technology companies in the domains of standardization, R&D, and innovation to drive the Government of India's technology policy objectives for 5G and beyond. He made a significant contribution in the harmonization of 5G spectrum bands in coordination with other government stakeholders. He has previously contributed in policy and international relations domains of the DoT and was involved in facilitating the NDCP 2018, which has become a seminal policy document for us. He espoused spectrum reforms leading to the delicensing of 5 gigahertz spectrum, Wi-Fi, and license-exempt bands for short-range devices and ultra-wideband devices. He has orchestrated the department's unified spectrum licensing framework for experimentation, R&D, technology, manufacturing, and demonstration licenses to facilitate innovation in both the wireless R&D with minimum transaction cost in obtaining spectrum for this particular activity. He represents the DoT as the vice chair on the council working group of the internet at the ITU and has previously held various other prestigious positions in the ITU as well. Welcome, Kishore Babu, to this particular session today. And thank you so much once again for joining us today. Would you like to introduce the speakers? Then can I leave it to you from now on? You want me to do it? All right. So, do we have the other speakers on virtually? All right. The two speakers who are joining us virtually, are you going to be doing the presentation for the introduction for these people? I'm fine with that. I'll do it. The two who are going to be joining us virtually are Professor Abhay Karandikar and Professor Kiran Kuchi and Satish Jamadagni. Now, unfortunately, Professor Abhay Karandikar was unable to join us because a delegation has arrived at IIT Kanpur, but I think Kiran Kuchi should be with us. And, oh, sir, welcome. And Satish Jamadagni. Welcome, Satish, this afternoon. I don't know if you can see me.
Yes, I can see you.
Okay, so just a quick round of introductions. Professor Kiran Kuchi, I think, who's yet to join us, is a globally recognized innovator in the realm of 5G standards and development. And Kiran Kuchi incubated a startup company, Wisig Networks, in 2016 at the IIT H Tech Incubator with the aim to prioritize the said prototypes and inventions. Dr. Kuchi's commercialization efforts, coupled with his portfolio of patents, are likely to accelerate indigenous 5G product development and commercialization. May I also just take a minute to welcome Dr. R.K. Upadhyay, who is the Executive Director of CDOT. Sir, thank you so much for coming and joining us this afternoon. I've taken the privilege of already starting the whole setup with your permission, sir. Dr. Upadhyay is an ITS officer who has earlier served in key positions in Prasar Bharati, DOT, BSNL, DRDO, and the TRAI, having worked on various issues including infrastructure, spectrum pricing, broadband, NGN, interconnection, indigenous telecom equipment manufacturing, and the list is endless. He is a winner of several awards, including the J.C. Bose Award by the Ministry of Defense, National E-Governance Award, the CIO 100 Award by IDG, and the Deepak C. Jain Award by IIM Bangalore. We also have the privilege of having with us Mr. Satish Jamadagni, who has joined us online. We have him back on screen, please. He's currently a Senior Vice President and Head of Global Standards at Reliance Jio. He has 23 years of industry experience in the telecom domain. He is also currently Vice Chair of the TSDSI, which is the Indian Standards Development Organization. He is active in 3GPP, GSMA, and the ORAN Alliance. Earlier, he was co-chair of the Asia Regional Operators Group, Small Cell Forum, SCF, and was on board of the International Multimedia Teleconferencing Consortium, IMTC. He has around 200 granted patents in the wireless and network domain. And finally, we have Mr. Dinesh Chand Sharma, co-chair of BIF's Committee on ICT for Inclusive Ability for Persons with Disabilities, and Director for Standards and Public Policy, EU Project SESI. He has over 30 years of industry experience and represents European standards organizations, including ETSI, the European Commission, and European Free Trade Association in India. He also holds various industry positions, such as chairman of the Advisory Committee for M2M plus IoT Forum in India, chairman of the Standards and Policy Working Group of IET IoT Panel, and has active memberships at the TEC, DOT, BIS, etc. Having introduced the best brains in the business, may I hand over to Kishore Babu now to take this session forward. Kishore Babu, over to you. You can do it either from there or from here, whichever is more comfortable, please.
Very, very good afternoon to all of you. Hope you're able to hear me. See, standardization, some people say that it's a very boring subject. Very, very boring subject, lot of documents, lot of studies, lot of persuasion, right? So perhaps, let me start with a small anecdote so that to make it more interesting. So the program aptly mentioned as standards and innovation. In fact, what DOT has done is DOT introduced something in between called R&D. So in DOT, we have got a division called Standards, R&D, and Innovation, which is, very sweetly called SRI division. So normally for people, we add SRI Sri before, but in the case of our division, we add Sri after the division. Okay. So that's the importance what DOT started giving with regard to standardization. Having noted that this is one of the very, very important areas where India can do a lot, considering more and more softwareization of telecommunication network, equipment, as well as services, having demonstrated competencies at global level in the software. Okay. So this is with regard to, division, what we started in 2019, that proactively DOT should start, that Department of Telecommunications should start. What is happening in the backyard of India about with regard to standardization, with regard to research and development, and with regard to technology development. To our surprise, we saw so many companies working on products, systems, and also even the chipsets, which was such a surprise to us. We have got almost like 4 to 5 epicenters in the country. Take it from, Gurgaon, Pune, Noida, or Bhubaneswar, or Bangalore, Chennai, Mumbai, Trivandrum, Kochi for that matter. There are so many startups are there where you see the state-of-the-art products which they are supplying not only to the domestic suppliers, but also to the, also to the global companies. That is the kind of, the ecosystem India is now brimming with, more participation from big companies, small companies, as well as, SMEs. Here, I really want to thank first and foremost organizers, Broadband India Forum, for bringing us together to really deliberate on this important and key subject, though it is a tough nut to crack for technology beginners, especially now standards are globally driven. Lot of dynamics which go beyond technology in getting some particular standard as a global standard and building SCPs into that. What we have also seen here, especially when you look at standardization, earlier days where it used to happen, let's say in the International Telecommunication Union, where one particular international entity, you may be knowing that ITU is called treaty-based standard organization, whereas all other organizations, you name it, ISO or IEEE, IEC, 1M, 2M, they are a kind of, some of them are legal, grouping of certain standard development organizations, but ITU still remains to be the only treaty-driven standardization organization whose standards are in a way ratified by the governments, and of course, more or less standards do remain recommended in nature. But considering the global practice and our need because of the interoperability requirements, so certain test standards, once they become global standard, they get adopted seamlessly to provide the network across the countries and continents. So here, when we started looking at what is that DOT or Department of Telecom should do from the Ministry of Communication side with regard to standards, you can see here, now we are going to discuss very detailed, or we are going to learn from the experts who are distinguished members in the panel with regard to what is that India has done with regard to 5G standardization. I repeat, the members of the panel, they have done a kind of deep dive, especially in driving certain success stories in 5G standardization. First time from India, first time for the country in mobile standards, something to taking to the global level. And this being a stepping stone, what we are looking at on the deliberations which we are doing with regard to 6G work. You might have heard something called Technology Innovation Group for 6G, which has been constituted by Department of Telecom in last year, which is actually working on to come out with a white paper, what is the country should do with regard to standardization activities in synchronization with global activities on 6G. If you look at all along, take it 3G, 4G or 5G, there was a kind of lack. 6G is one area where the government, especially with partnership with stakeholders like BIF and other standards organizations, we want to drive the point that yes, we want to be time synchronized with the global developments. That's the reason discussion on 6G. While we are one side deploying 5G now, we already started discussion on 6G. That is one of the key points which we should note down. And we also invite your participation more actively in different vertical segments of 6G engagement. It could be networks development, it could be devices development, or it could be use cases, spectrum, what kind of funding of projects required with regard to these engagements. This is one area about 6G. And looking at National Digital Communication Policy, where I had the opportunity in 2017 and 18, especially to coordinate and bring all the stakeholders together as part of policy consultation, you can see on right side what we are showing, what National Digital Communication Policy speaks about standardization, IPR development, and how India can add value or India can become a valuable partner in technology development at global level. So ultimately, it boils down to value creation. Whether we speak about standards or whether we speak about innovation, we are speaking fundamentally about value creation. What's the value creation we are trying to look at? Please look at what way the industry, which is, I really should say, lot of capacities Indian technology industry has imbibed from the global MNCs, global companies who built a lot of capacities in the country, and they brought out young entrepreneurs who are technology as well as entrepreneur minds. They brought out and they came out and started many of the technology companies which you are aware, which we are also engaging to understand about what kind of products they are building. So it looks at what is that India can build IPRs, especially in this key technology area, having noted that software and hardware are going hand in hand in 5G, 6G and future technologies development. Name it, it could be 6G or it could be quantum communications, it could be any other new areas. And especially coming to digital communication technologies, Having seen the success, which, as I mentioned, other members, distinguished panel members are going to share, especially Professor Kiran, Dr. Upadhyay, and other members with regard to LMLC, which is called a low mobility large cell engagement. What is that we have learned? What is that we need to do? Is going to be one of the primary point of consideration for me, because we are working on new R&D programs and projects to really take forward this engagement. Especially with regard to my introduction, Mr. Rajat mentioned about delicensing of spectrum. Trust me, it was one of the very important areas which we are enjoying in terms of high-speed, Wi-Fi from 5 gigahertz band. India is one of the countries which is having largest Wi-Fi spectrum in 5 gigahertz band. We have got more than US, I should say that. 605 megahertz we are having in outdoor in 5 gigahertz band, which is going to create a lot of value, especially in the democratizing spectrum for Wi-Fi services in the country. And I'm sure having done in 4 years back, now already we see a lot of work in terms of Wi-Fi hotspots as well as Wi-Fi links. They are coming up, a lot of new innovative applications are coming in this particular domain. And yes, I also mentioned about indigenous technologies. Here with regard to standards, I really want to share something which I heard from one of my friends who happens to be a director of Standardization Bureau, that is an ITU, Telecom Standardization Bureau, Dr. Chesubli. He shared with me that how Korea, the South Korea, has done, inroads with regard to standardization. He said that during the Korean War, they were small children, they were running behind American trucks. And American soldiers, liking the children, they used to throw the chocolates. Those were the days where they started technologically in Korea. So you know that in international languages, Korea is not an international language. Okay, it's not one of the 6 or 7 UN languages which are identified. So these people, Dr. Chesubli and others, they used to come to ITU, pick up the documents which are in English, take them back, all the bundles, and translate them into Korean language and distribute to the industry, and then work on them, again retranslate, come back for the proposals. Today you can see where Korea stands. There's a kind of opportunity with regard to standardization. Having established a solid ground on technology front, we can foresee in the coming years. So these are the 4 points what we are going to look at as part of the this particular panel discussion outcome. One is, I'll be requesting the panel members kindly enlighten me as well as others with regard to what the learning we got from 5G standardization, which we want to use to take forward with regard to 6G. And another thing what we have seen in the Department of Telecom is that there is a significant traction and contribution on ITU, 3GPP, 1M, 2M, and many other standardization bodies, including IEEE. So, but still we see there is a lot of gap in areas which may be potential into India, but we are not contributing. So really we want to do a kind of gap analysis in standardization, which are potential to India, but nobody is contributing. Despite Indian contribution has gone significantly high for the last few years. And we also want to look at a kind of horizon scanning on the technology companies as well as academic entities who are in a position to contribute in all these entities of the standardization platforms, including IEEE, ITU, 3GPP, how they can contribute. They may be part of TEC national working groups, or they may be part of TSDSI, or they may not be part of any of these entities. We want to identify those entities, how we can bring them into this particular engagement, which is going to be important as well as crucial in the coming years. And the last one is that, yes, what is that India should do with regard to value creation? There's a bottom again, moot point in building standard essential patents and related IPRs in telecom technologies. So I'm sure this is an interesting outcome what we want to see from you as well as from the government perspective. So my request to speakers and panelists, yes, there are certain questions which we received from the many of the stakeholders that they would like to learn from them, and we request them to keep in mind some of these issues, how they can bring value ultimately with regard to standard essential patent creation, as well as how Indian technology companies can become part of the global value chain. With this, once again, I want to thank the organizers, Broadband India Forum, and my distinguished colleagues, and all of you, most importantly, because without you, there is no listening. So thank you very much. We look forward to a very, very exciting discussion with regard to standardization, how we can create value especially in this core area for wealth creation and technology front in the country. Thank you very much. Thank you. So considering the time we are having, the organizers were kind enough to tell us that up to 5 or little before 5, we can have the time, considering the importance of the subject. So I thank them for their, support, giving us sufficient time. And Professor Kiran, are you able to hear us? Oh, is it okay? So, I repeat, Professor Kiran as well as Professor Abhay, who also drove very significantly with regard to 5G standardization, especially with regard to 5G standards program, they could not join. But on their behalf and from all of you, I want to thank them for their significant contribution where 5G, as I mentioned, is a standard first time which India made on in mobile technologies. Now, with support from all the global stakeholders, it got merged into 3GPP 5G standard. Key features of 5G, especially which facilitates enhancing the coverage in rural segment to create a kind of Indian environment which can facilitate to deploy 5G networks even in rural and remote areas with low investment cost. So that is one of the contribution which came from them. So thanks to all the contributors of 5G. Some of them may be part of this discussion, some of them may not be. So thanks once again to all of you for making such a contribution, giving a great speed and velocity to go to the next level of engagement and standardization. And with us, we have got Mr. Satish Jamdagni and Mr. Upadhyay, Mr. Dinesh. Thanks very much for being. So now may I request with Mr. Upadhyay. So Upadhyay, thank you very much for joining. Being Executive Director of CDOT, it's not easy to spare time and join. Thank you very much. So with regard to standards, would like to understand from you, Dr. Upadhyay, from your vast experience and distinguished career, what is your view about how we are positioned on standards, especially with the rest of the countries? And what is the roadmap we have got ahead to achieve something, a significant global leadership in standardization with regard to digital communication technologies? Over to you, Dr. Upadhyay.
Thank you, Kishorji. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, organizers, for inviting me. I'm not the expert in standards. I'm the head of an R&D institution. Nevertheless, I would say that, in terms of standardization, nothing much was happening in India. And standards is not that suddenly you start working for today and you will get the standard. No, because standards requires a complete ecosystem. What I mean by complete ecosystem, when the standards are made, you need, first of all, the R&D, identifying the problem, doing something in a different way. Mr. Kishore referred the LMLC. A lot of research went, IIT Madras, IIT Hyderabad, many, stakeholders worked on that. We need R&D, we need design, we need manufacturing, we need academics. All these segments, when they work together, then these things come up. Typically, what happens in the standards making, how does the standards made? The standards are primarily driven by the vendors. Vendors develop something, they do R&D, they test the concept in their labs, and then they go to 3GPP and say that this is how we should do it. And based on, the push from the member, the standards get implemented. What happened in India? Like I can give my own example of when I was in TRAI. I used to attend ITU meetings, 3GPP meetings. I'll see every time a different face from India, a different face, because sometimes this guy is going. It was like Prashad. 3 time aap chale jao, 3 time aap chale jao, 3. Aise. This is how we used to see a very fixed set of 50 Chinese, 50 people. They will fill up the room, and we have the tendency, okay, other din session kar liya, other din trip kar liya bahar ka. No, they won't go from their room from morning to evening. But now, and then overall, on top of that, you need a standards body to take it forward. Today, we have, thankfully, TSDSI, which is formed in India. And we can very proudly say that there are only 7 SDOs in 3GPP. We are one of the SD. SDO, and the TSDSI is one of the SDO. So we see today many study groups are formed in TSDSI, where the complete ecosystem participates. Where they have many study groups, academics participate, R&D participates, industry participates, and therefore this standard journey is taken forward. Mr. Kishore was referring to 5GI. It would have taken not less than 2 years before the 5GI standard was taken, the LMLC concept from the conceptual stage to the implementation stage, and then getting through into 3GPP. Thankfully, it is merged with release 17 of 3GPP now. So this is one example that the standards can be done if there are concerted efforts. We lost the race in 5G, and earlier, if you see a few years back, the majority of standards used to come from Europe and America. Today, more than 50% are, maybe 50-60% will be from Asia. And where from Asia? It will be China. But they work very, very hard in terms of right from the beginning, in terms of participation, in terms of this. So we also need to do, and thankfully now government is very, very serious about it, that we need to have a standards, because unless you have standards, you don't have say. The second thing is these standards ultimately become SEPs, standard essential patents. And these SEPs are the revenue drivers. If you have few SEPs here and there today, if you have to make a mobile phone in India, not many SEPs you have to, take from various people. You don't have your SEPs. SEPs are already done. So therefore, I am very happy that standards, a lot of work is to be done. And Secretary Telecom, I have heard him saying very openly and publicly that now we'll support a fixed team, which will be funded by DOT, which will go to the standards body, and they will be a regular guy. I mean, not that today I go, tomorrow he goes. They will be guys, and that is how the standards will be developed. 5G, we have not done much. Lot many standards have come from China, but 6G, we have done a good job. 6G, as Mr. Kishore was referring, that 6G task force, 6G technology innovation group has been formed. 6 task force have been formed in that. Every task force have been given a different job. And these, the recommendation of this task force will be dwelled by the R&D, manufacturing, academics, and finally get built into the IMT 2030 program of ITU. And therefore, I think the kind of support currently we have having, there's a push of Atmanirbhar Bharat. I'm sure the standard side also India will take a lead, and 5G, 3G, 4G, we were nowhere there. But somehow in 6G, we have taken the advanced action, and therefore, I'm sure that India's time will come for 6G. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Upadhyay. Thanks for such elaboration with regard to where do we stand. And I also want to mention that in telecom technologies, standardization is a kind of global program where participation with the global stakeholders is very important, and learn from each other how we can take products to the global level, to the global markets. And another important thing for India is to look at is that how India can be a significant value addition partner in global engagement with regard to standardization. There's an objective what we need to drive. And now next question is to Mr. Satish Jamdagni, who is also the vice chair of the TSDSI, who very actively promoted and participated in standardization program. Satish, are you able to hear us?
Yes, Mr. Kishore.
Thank you, Satish. In fact, there is a, on lighter side, somebody was telling there should be a button to ask, are you able to hear me? Thank you, Satish. So now the question to Satish is a bit more technical. Being a, a distinguished technology person, you'd be able to, explain this better way. Given that 5G needs a lot of small cells and all of them are going to be operating at peak power and capacity, how and what measures are required to be taken to reduce intercell interference, and how to take care of capacity scaling to meet the data explosion? Over to you, Satish. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Kishore Babu. On the issue of small cells, there are primarily 2 aspects which are driving proliferation of small cells. One is because you have frequency bands which are much higher in the overall band spectrum, the coverage becomes a concern. So we are more or less driven to a smaller cell radius, so you can call it small cells in that sense. The other key issue is the need for data throughput per either number of people or the geographic area of coverage. That is going to shoot up. If that has to shoot up, then you really need a lot of cells in a given area. Now, there are ways of handling intracell interference or whatever interference there may be. Primarily, it is termed as SON, self-organizing network, under a class of specifications which are called the SON, self-organizing networks. So these specifications, which are under works both in 3GPP and in forums like ORAN, address issues of interference. So there are mechanisms of coordination between the cells that is put in place. So essentially, you have some kind of an orchestrator which will make sure there is no interference among these entities which are deployed. That's one of the primary ways in which interference is handled. Within the protocol specification itself, if an operator does not want to engage a whole suite of the self-organizing network algorithms, they can do a subset of it, just aimed at interference, which will look at frequency interference, time interference. So basically, it'll give you some kind of a mechanism or handle to orchestrate transmission between uplink and downlink between the multiple cells in a given area. That's one of the ways of handling interference. This has been in place for quite some time. It's nothing new to 5G. SON has been around 4G. Intercell interference has been an issue even on 3G. So all through, this is something which has been around, but the only thing is it has evolved over a period of time in terms of algorithms and the sophistication of the algorithms.
Thank you very much, Satish. In fact, this is one area while rolling out the networks, especially densification of small cells, this we need to address. Thanks very much for enlightening us. I also want to welcome Bhargava sir as member technology. He guided us in Department of Telecom. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Now, question is to Mr. Dinesh. As you know, 5G, we all speak about not just increasing the voice quality or enhancing the data speeds. It's also about making it relevant every socio-economic vertical. So if that is so, 5G as a technology, how it is going to support in all those verticals which we never heard, how ubiquitous connectivity is going to make a lot of difference in terms of opportunity creation or in terms of new delivery of efficiencies, etc. So Dinesh, kindly share from your experience and knowledge what's going to 5G and how it is going to help us in different use cases. Over to you.
Thank you, sir, for asking this question. Before I talk about applications, if I go back and talk about the speed which 5G is bringing, or when standards organizations started creating 5G standards, around the triangle, they put three major scenarios, okay? The one was broadband, second was latency, and the third was massive machine type communications. They knew it that the 4G is rolled out and 4G is giving a decent amount of data speeds, which is around 1 Gbps from the theoretical perspective. And they knew it that the 20 to 40 milliseconds is what we will be able to achieve. But then they realized that now we are entering into a world of everything connected, everything digitized, whether it is Digital India, whether it is smart city. So what was happening is there were many non-ICT sectors, whether it is energy, whether it is manufacturing, whether it is agriculture, every sector which used to be a non-ICT sector, they wanted to be a part of this evolution or a revolution by bringing the ICT on top of their existing non-ICT network to make use of it. Now, realizing that by using this massive machine type communications, this is one use case which is coming up. And second is we all understand in the hyper-connected social world, even today when we read an email on a mobile phone, and if there is an attachment of 10 or 20 MB, we click it and we want to get it download as quick as possible. With the social world, the time in our mind has become so minimal that we want to get this file downloaded as quick as possible, which means latency will also be a use case around that. And of course, broadband, again, simple download, all the information should be as quick as possible on the touch of a button. So effectively, use cases are there which are bandwidth hungry, which are low latency, and plus this massive machine type communications. You still remember those kbps. Now we are talking about 20 gbps with 5G. So there are applications which are bandwidth hungry, need low latencies, and plus when you see these applications, say for example, medical line, when you implement the solutions or a technology like 5G in a medical line, and if you're doing a surgery, remote surgery, you would ensure there is a network connectivity, there is a reliability, and there is a low latency type of communications. Mobility, health, manufacturing, these are bandwidth hungry. So in nutshell, the number of applications which are possible on 5G is enormous. But of course, we say that we can live with those applications, or we can do those applications in 4G also. But then how to take care of the massive machine type communications? So there are many enormous number of vertical use cases for which we would need 5G. For example, if you talk about today, almost an average, one user has 2 devices. When we talk about machine to machine or IoT devices, we know that these devices, number of devices will go to 10. If you can serve 60,000 devices in 4G technologies, we know that these number of devices would go to 1 million per square meter area, per square kilometer area. So we know that the kind of generations around IoT use cases is happening. Just bring an IoT and then you can create a use case. But then you need the pipe, you need the backhaul, you need the design, which means small cells. So there are enormous use cases which we can build on this 5G technologies, and we are right time rolling it out. So in my opinion, enormous potential is there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dinesh. In fact, one interesting analogy, what I heard with regard to use cases, perhaps it's interesting to know. We have in English only 26 alphabets, but look at the literature we have created. Look at the, fiction we have created. Look at the stories we have created, right? 26 combination can make that. So as you rightly mentioned, we have got 3 capabilities in 5G. Ultra reliability, low latency, and, massive machine type communication. And with different degree of variation, imagine the kind of, applications what it can create. It's enormous. And to inform you, DOT also has constituted under member technology something called interministerial committee consisting of 21 departments, all different verticals, starting from mining, health, education, name it, any vertical is included in that. The primary purpose is in 5G, the Department of Telecom, in partnership with industry and in partnership with other ministries, proactively we want to drive in building awareness with regard to 5G, number 1. And second, we also want proactively pilots to be taken up in the respective departments so that they become the prime drivers in those socio-economic verticals where they drive in partnership with industry. So my request to all of you is that anybody is having any particular 5G solution or 5G applications, please do get in touch with us through directly to us or through BIF. We'll facilitate in engagement to these ministries. What we are doing is we are going as across the government as well as across the industry approach. Solution providers, system integrators, service providers, system integrators, and the government entities. Together, we go and make a presentation to Ministry of Health, Ministry of Mining, Ministry of Education, etc., so that everybody is aware that what is happening. And another interesting thing, what we have seen in the presentations, those who are presenting, among themselves, they are seeing a lot of collaboration opportunities. We see that, okay, Airtel coming up with somebody and building an opportunity, Reliance coming up with somebody and building an opportunity. That is among the solution providers themselves. So there's an opportunity. Please be part of the 5G engagement with regard to use case and solutions. Now we are going to look at a question to Dr. Upadhyay. That is about, especially with regard to, low latency, high reliability, the kind of characteristics. Dr. Upadhyay, so audience would like to know one of the key objectives of any high-speed, low-latency networks, which serves several mission-critical applications, is to be able to deliver secure services and infrastructure. So how do you think, as an expert, what 5G measures up to expected security as asked from it? And what work, if any, is going on in this area of standardization to ensure that 5G meets this requirement? Over to you, Dr. Upadhyay.
Hello, what you meant was how the security is
Yes,
implemented.
yes.
As Dinesh ji's already said that the 5G not only deals with the speed, like 3G, 4G, we are only talking about speed. 5G also talks about low latency and the MMTC. So these two things are nothing to do much with security per se, in the sense they bring newer applications. Like low latency will bring robotic surgery, haptics, MMTC will bring massive deployment of sensors in the real time, V2X, those kinds of services. As far as security is concerned, security is something, once the standards are there, various vendors do implement the solution. Like Nokia will write code in certain way, Ericsson will implement same standard in different way. We will do it in a different way. The security part has to be taken right from the design stage. Like when you're designing the software, you have to take care of security in layers, for example, service layer, configuration layer, management layer. You also have to take security in terms of planes like user plane, control plane, data plane. So a lot of this security has to be done with the development. Now, how do we know that this guy is meeting the security requirement or not? There are certain standards which test your equipment or a product or a software with respect to standards. In fact, if I remember correctly, Government of India brought regulation somewhere in 2011 that all the equipment which will be deployed in the private network or the Indian network will have to be security certified by government. And for that, there was a center opened in Bangalore, which is working. That's called NCCS, National Center for Communication Security. The job of the NCCS to ensure that these whatever equipments are brought into the country are certified. But unfortunately, it is such a huge subject. We have not been able to yet fully implement it, and government is every year extending this deadline of mandatory testing in India. So the testing from CCRAs or those kind of testing is accepted. But government has definitely taken certain steps. For example, one of the step is MTCT, mandatory testing and certification of telecom equipment, which is managed by TEC. So what MTCT does, it provides you an ER certificate, essential requirement certificate, if you manage to pass some of their tests. So one such requirement is here. And the second requirement, I said that NCCS, how do NCCS ensure that what needs to be tested? So they have come up with called ITSARs. I think it is called Indian Telecom Security Assurance Requirement, ITSAR. If you read the ITSAR document, it tells you that this is how I'll test your equipment. This is how I'll test your module. So if you have to get an ITSAR certificate from an organization like NCCS, you'll have to work in your design right in the beginning. So therefore, 5G security is a separate thing. The beauty which has come with respect to latency and the MMTC are two different things. We will have to design the security right in the beginning. And this is much more important today because whole of your telecom network can be brought down in seconds if it is not secured. And once your telecom network comes down, your banking will come down, your health will come down, your power grids will come down. Therefore, security, definitely we need to implement very, very well. And good work is happening in NCCS. I think if you look at their website, they have already come up with it. ITSARs for 4G, some routers, Wi-Fi, some equipments. And I think they are working on the 5G. So security definitely will be very, very important with respect to, seeing that the networks are not vulnerable. And why this is important now in 5G is much more important than 3G, 4G. Reason in 3G, 4G, the hardware used to be proprietary hardware. Nokia will give you an hardware, Nokia will give you software. Nobody knows what is in that hardware. It is a black box, sorry. So, but today it is not so. Complete 4G, 5G, which is now coming up, 5G is totally working on a COTS, commercially off-the-shelf hardware. So, and this is completely software. It's virtualized. So therefore, more you virtualize, more you make it open, more you connect it, and there is nothing new in this, it is much more vulnerable to attacks. Therefore, the security becomes much more important. And I think the designers of the technology should take care of the security requirement. So we at CDOT, we are, when we were developing 4G, to be very frank, initially we did not think of these lines, but over the time when we started studying the NCCS ITSR requirement, we found that a lot new work is to be done, and we had to modify our code in a big way to meet the security requirement. If you meet the security requirement, the mitigation is better. It's never safe. I mean, you can't say that it is 100% secure. The probability of attack will be reduced if you manage to bring all these concepts. Because what is ITSR? ITSR is the joint requirement coming out from IEEE, coming out from IT, coming out from IETF, coming to from SDIs, coming from 3GPP. So all these requirements are combined together, and certain Indian requirements are added, and that is how the security standards are being made. So I'm sure, being into R&D, we are looking at those things, and these needs to be a test mechanism has to be there in the country, whether this is really being followed or is not being followed, because security is very important for the telecom network. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Upadhyay. So you mentioned about from TEC as well as CDOT, what you are doing from security perspective. In fact, there's a kind of good input for the industry, for them to get into public network, what kind of advanced steps they need to take, what kind of security requirements they need to meet. Now, looking at security as a design, what got imbibed into 5G as a technology, I have a question to Mr. Satish. Satish, now the question to you is that, how does 5G measures in terms of security as compared to those with previous generation telecommunication technologies? Satish, over to you.
Thank you. So, can I quickly share my screen? I've got something. I'll just quickly share my screen. Can you see my screen, please?
Yeah, we are seeing.
Yeah, so a quick comparison. I had this handy, so this was not anticipated, but I had this handy. See, essentially what is happening is, in 5G, there's a lot more internet technologies which are in use when you compare it to 4G. If somebody has to hack a 4G network, he needs to be through in diameter protocol, HTTP protocol. These are all proprietary protocols for telecom domain. When you look at the 5G core network, HTTP to JSON, TCP TLS, of course, I mean, any internet protocol guy would be aware of it. So, so this is where the risk comes from. I am assuming that you can see my screen still. You see, what is happening is telecommunication experts were required to hack into a 4G network. But in 5G network, don't be very surprised if any internet cloud expert will start hacking into 5G networks. And that's where the barrier, entry barrier has really come down for 5G networks. And this is also, this is one of the serious risks that we see from the point of view of 4G to 5G. But that does not necessarily mean that, I mean, it is, there are no mitigation mechanisms. There are mitigation mechanisms, but this is where it is. The barrier has come down. And that's one of the key things which has to be taken into account if you are, I'm stopping, I'm not sharing my screen. Yeah, this is one of the key issues that we will have to address as far as 5G is concerned. Don't be very surprised if you have high school kids hacking into 5G networks, which was not the case in LTE. LTE needed some level of understanding of the protocol. That is the differential. And this is something that has to be put into place. Companies will have to spend a lot on cloud security, on understanding the internet protocol security mechanisms which are used around the industry, best practices from across the industry, and then incorporated into the core network. This is one of the biggest concerns from a 5G perspective.
Thank you, Satish. So now the question to Dinesh is about having heard about what government is doing with regard to security protection and how 5G is inbuilt with security features in terms of hacking compared to previous generation technologies. Now, question to Dinesh, who has been actively engaged at global level with regard to study groups at Europe as well as in India. So Dinesh, the question to you is that, is there any standard operating procedure where one can proactively work to address the security risks in 5G and as well as future technologies? Over to you, Dinesh.
Thank you, sir. You see, every technology, whenever it is introduced in the market, when it brings a lot of features and functionality, it also brings challenges, especially from a security and risk perspective. When we talk about 5G, when we talk about massive machine type communications, we're talking about layers, which Padya sir has brought it up. We're also talking about larger attack surface because you're broadening the pipe which is used for data, pipe which is used for services. Now, when you're broadening this pipe, which means there is a higher threat, but then make a note of it that the standards organizations are well aware of it. And there are specifications which has been written exclusively for securities, and they call it security by design principle. But we all understand that security is always a starting point. It's not the end. It's never the end. It's never going to be an end of it. So which means you have to have a proactive investment into cybersecurity. I mean, just if you do a test and certification, it will not ensure that the network is safe. I mean, OEMs are more responsible for when they brought the product for implementation in the market, they will make sure. What we need is a more network audits, a timely audits, for example. Implementing automation and security. The whole world is connected now, which means more and more security has an automation, and we have a certain networks where these bugs are reported. The faster we fix those bugs by implementing the patches, we can take one step. Now also we're talking about zero-touch framework. The minimal is the human interface. More is the automation. You're still reducing the risk. That's another way of doing it. So proactive investment, automation and security, regular network audits, and zero touch is one way of addressing it, which means your cybersecurity policies, which you have been doing it for the older generations, they need to be updated, considering the new type of threats which this larger surface or a network layer will create it. Now, talking about these standard operating procedures, I would like to bring one of these standard, which is EN 303645, which is more applicable towards addressing the security for consumer IoT, because that's a major piece of it, which will play a key role in terms of 5G. This is a standard which good note is that TEC has adopted that standard and implemented that standard as a code of practice. Now it has those certain benchmarks which operators should ensure while implementing it. This code of practice is a voluntary implementation, and organizations should implement that. ITSI has also created a template which can be modified for any or every vertical use cases. This template could be used by the organizations while they know that these are the different use cases we're going to implement as part of 5G. That's the second thing. And to implement the code of practice, they're also coming up with the technical specifications, which is 103701, if I remember correctly. So this could be updating the network policy, network audit policy by the organizations, implementing the code of practices, more going towards automation, and talking about zero-touch framework. These are a few things which you should do it, but you should remain connected and take proactive investment into the cybersecurity. That is what I can share with you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dinesh. In fact, security is one of the areas or one of the points which we prominently see whenever we speak about 5G, where anything which is intelligent, which is communicable, once that starts getting connected to network as one of the elements of 5G. You look at till now in the previous generations, we had mobile network separate, IoT network separate, fixed network separate. They were independent. Of course, they remained a kind of vulnerabilities were not going from one network to other. In the case of 5G now, that has become a horizontal across medium for all the services, where we are trying to build certain slices to meet some specific requirements. So naturally, concerns are journeying that how it is going to address how certain critical application services are going to be protected once I embrace 5G. Thanks very much for suggestion that you will be sharing the template and how organizations and entities can take forward. Especially, this is also one of the concern from some of the enterprise customers when they deploy the enterprise networks using 5G or as well as 4G. When they connect to internet, say for example, kind of cloud operations, how they're going to protect it, because they're going to do a kind of very critical services in terms of factory automation, in terms of some of these services, it could be mining or it could be health, whatever is, etc. And here something I also want to add here. When we started the discussion, I also mentioned to you about a lot of companies working on technologies, not just at the manufacturing level, but at technology ownership level. We have companies we have seen which are making in 4G as well as 5G radio products, as well as core, like SIDA itself is an example, which has come out with a carrier class 4G core, which is now working on to develop the 5G core as well. And we have got many companies even who are working at the chipset level. So you can imagine the kind of work what is going on to provide a kind of end-to-end security, where from chipset to chipset. Thanks to NSCS, General Pansar is here. Sir, welcome to the session. And thanks for all the support from NSCS and other ministries as well to promote this kind of technologies at core level, which is going to contribute a big way significantly, especially to have a kind of end-to-end security. And also they have got a framework for trusted sources. So entities are being identified. I mean, who could provide, components as well as elements, network systems to the public network. So that is also one of the good work where to promote and build confidence in the public networks. So thanks for all the support from every stakeholder who is contributing to make, networks trustworthy, safe and secure in terms of confidence to the user as well as the service provider. We go to the next round of discussion. Here it is about again going to the comparison of technologies as well as what kind of solutions are possible. Before asking the question to Dr. Upadhyay, I want to share something. Incidentally, for 5G use cases, I have not seen any document in 3GPP yet. But whereas in 4G advanced LTE, there's a document from 3GPP. I was surprised. It almost lists 180 number of use cases. Looking at 4G advanced parameters itself, advanced LTE, you can say, there itself it lists down around 180 parameters or 180 kind of use cases, how by different combinations of different capabilities, what kind of use case can emerge. But imagine when 4G or advanced LTE itself can give around 180 kind of use cases. 5G is going to be much more, and perhaps it's going to be many numbers. So Dr. Upadhyay, the question to you is about if 4G LTE or advanced LTE is going to satisfy almost all existing needs. So then what is that 5G is going to add more new? Is it only in terms of higher data, or what is that 5G is going to radically contribute in terms of use case and solutions? Over to you, Dr. Upadhyay.
Hello. Yeah, I think previous speakers have already touched upon what 5G brings extra. Definitely the speeds are going up because of the EMBB use case of 5G. But there are two other pillars which have been added in 5G. That is URLLC and MMTC. So what does they do? They open up a vast number of use cases which were not possible in 4G. For example, robotic surgery, not possible in 4G because you need latency very low. V2X or autonomous cars. Gaming, for example. One of the major segment which will come up because of 5G will be gaming. Because today, you don't have to download the game because of the low latency. You can play the game on the cloud and pay and use model. So many applications which were not possible. Industry 4.0, you yourself mentioned that you are talking to ministries like mining, health, agriculture, many ministries, because of these two additional things, lot many use cases are coming up. So every ministry is thinking, okay, how I can solve that particular problem statement using 5G. So lot many things will come. Industry 4.0, automation, hundreds of things will come. The other thing is that, if you go to rural areas, for example, today, the speed, even in urban areas at times, your download takes time. So 5G, because of speed, will allow you higher speed. 4G brought Olas, Ubers, because they were not possible in 3G, because you need real-time location setting. Want to know where the car is, where the driver is. So all these many new use cases will come, and that is how the 5G will. Why will operators invest unless until they get additional revenue from there? So that definitely there is a lot many use cases which will see that the additional revenues comes up. You would have also seen that DOT has come up with private network scheme. Now using 5G, because Mr. Kishore mentioned network slicing, enterprise networks. Many use cases will come from network slicing. For example, one of the use case I can think of, we had a different network for PPDR, public protection and disaster relief. The whole thing can be done within this using one of these slice. So many things will be possible, and private networks will come up. And the other thing from the economic perspective, I feel, if I take an analogy that suppose there is a restaurant where it can house 50 people, and suddenly you see that a lot of waiting is there. Many people are waiting to get into the restaurant. So what does normally entrepreneurs do? They think, yeah, you have to business ka possibility hai, he will open one more restaurant. Suppose that restaurant increases the capacity from 50 to 500. So there is no need of opening the another restaurant. So it's going to happen in 5G also, because now your tower is going to give you bigger pipe, which will serve a large number of customers. So you today, even though the cell radius may be in kilometer, but if you see in the urban setting, the inter-tower distance is 100 meters, because the capacity gets choked, because the Indian population is also so much, especially it is very true for India. The population is so much that you choke up the capacity immediately. The operator has to open up a new tower there. So now if the capacity comes to one place, which is fatter pipe, the number of towers also will go down in terms of capacity serving. So which will save some kind of capex, it will save some kind of opex. But primarily, more than that, new use cases will come and new revenue streams will come, new business models will come. That will be the differentiator between 4G and 5G.
Thank you. In fact, I also invite you to come and visit the use cases from service providers, system integrators, as well as solution providers during India Mobile Congress, scheduled during October 1st to 4th at Pragati Maidan, where there is a lot of enthusiasm from one and all of the ecosystem to come and showcase about what is that 5G can do. Having brought many Indian as well as international partners to showcase the things. So please do join us at Indian Mobile Congress as well to look at how it can help you, as well as how you can become part of this 5G engagement. So now the question to you, Ms. Satish Jamdagni. Satish, can you hear us?
Yes, Mr. Kishore Babu.
Yeah, thanks, Satish. So the question is, India is working on several partnership projects with a number of countries, example, European Union and others, on cooperation for ICT standardization, policy and regulations. What are the areas of common threads in all these projects, and what opportunities do you see for long-term collaboration to help develop jointly these use cases, and also for future work in the areas of 6G? A very important question, Satish. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kishore Babu. When it comes to use cases for 6G, 5G has taken the baby steps of trying to define certain APIs, trying to integrate certain verticals onto a 5G network, which were inherently independent businesses in itself. Now, for example, if you look at the so-called autonomous driving, let me also give you a specific example. If you look at one of the latest Volvo cars, it already has quite a few of the functionalities of autonomous driving, though it is not fully autonomous. It can break itself if it is finding an object in front. There are quite a few things it can do. It also has a certain amount of AI. These are all truly autonomous. In a sense, there's no connectivity requirement as far as this is concerned. That does not necessarily mean that some of the upgrades and other opportunities does not exist through a connectivity if it exists. That definitely exists. So that is one of the reasons why I said 5G has taken the baby steps of trying to enable what I call as, what I mean generally is called as B2B opportunities for operators. So far, even if you look at IoT opportunities, even if you open up certain APIs for certain verticals, what you're trying to do is still for an operator. I mean, if I were to look at it or make it operator centric, operator is still selling SIM cards to the end user. In this case, it might be enterprises. You're still selling SIM cards to enterprises, but you're not selling anything other than SIMs to the enterprises. In some cases, yeah, maybe devices packed around the SIM card, but that is where it stands. It is not a truly B2B business opportunity. These are the opportunities that will have to be explored when it comes to 6G. Just to continue and give an example on this case, for example, if an operator is the owner of spectrum and that spectrum has to be optimally used. Today, the mechanism of leasing spectrum to other businesses, to other so-called private or small networks doesn't exist. To some aspects, these are all partly this is to do with technology, partly to do with regulatory aspects as well. But in general, one of the key shifts that we would want to envisage from an Indian perspective is major enablement of B2B business opportunities and not just B2C as it is today. What that means is it translates to a huge change in the network architecture itself. Now we have this viewpoint. We also have a lot of experience of seeing how 4G has evolved, how 4G applications have evolved in India, the efficacy of Google Maps to a very great extent, the efficacy of some of these algorithms in YouTube or any of these other applications which basically uses location information and some other contextual information to try to give you advisory aspects, recommendation engines. If you look at some of these things, even in 5G, I'm talking about 5G as well, because of the nature of the network architecture, it does not necessarily render itself to an optimal situation where the desires of a population can be estimated. So that's where AI comes into picture. And there's a lot of talk of AI being used in 6G, but unless and until there is a viable network architecture, even AI cannot help. Why? Primarily because there are two aspects to AI also. One is there's something called a specialization that AI does. You have a very small data, it learns everything about the data, and it knows exactly what is happening with the data because the data set is very small, it's very easy to predict. That is called a specialization. The other one is generalization. You have a large set of data, but from these small learnings, it has to gather a larger set of cues about a population. Now, today, if you look at the network architecture, there is one big Google server where all your data is going, and you have AI algorithms which are running. It's more a generalist learning mechanism which is put in place than specialization. Now, all over India, you're trying to gather the same set of cues. Now, imagine that. Imagine a centralized cellular network where there is one core network sitting somewhere in Delhi, and just for an example, and that is trying to, all the data from all over India is going and getting dumped into that particular place, and you're trying to run AI algorithms on that. You're trying to normalize Punjabi with Tamil, with that is precisely what happens. You know this multi-cuisine restaurant where they don't do anything right. That is precisely what happens with these kind of network architectures. Partly to do with the nature of intrinsics of AI, but then the network itself isn't rendering anything towards that because it's a centralized network. Cut it, slice it into distributed or smaller networks or something like a network of networks, which we want to visualize in 6G, which will then render itself to very beautiful applications of AI intrinsically, And also that will open up a lot of use cases once you start seeing that all the recommendation engines and AI starts working really nice, which otherwise would not work. Now, this is all the learnings that we have from the Indian context. Indian demography has what has enabled us to open up our eyes on these issues. This may not necessarily be true with the rest of the world. If you look at European small countries, demography is more or less uniform. United States demography is more or less uniform in terms of the the food, the cuisine. There's not much of a difference. They do say they have some differences. Yeah, there is, but not as much as in India. So now these are all learnings that we want implemented in 6G. Now we will have to go and socialize this in ITU with other SDOs, and that is something that we are trying to do. We are talking to multiple SDOs, and these partnerships, as you said, are very, very critical. We have to socialize. We have to make sure that our requirements go mainstream into the set of requirements. Otherwise, if you look at the ITU documents today, the way it is evolving, you're seeing very normal things. What was ultra low latency has become ultra low latency. What was already massive MTC is becoming very massive MTC. What was enhanced EMBB, enhanced broadcast, enhanced broadband is becoming ultra X. You add an X. It's just an extension of all this thing. But fundamentally, there's a lot of learning that we have as an Indian entity, and this is something that we want to go into 6G, and we are trying to socialize with just about everybody to make sure that these things get into the initial line of thinking itself, so that they get into the proper requirement stage. From requirements, it goes into KPIs, then 3GPP picks it up and starts developing the necessary protocols around it. But this is where we stand right now. We in India, given our learning of 4G alone, I'm not even talking about 5G, we have a huge set of requirements that we feel should get into 6G. We are at the right point in time where we have to, or we are in fact trying to socialize with a lot of other global organizations. A lot of other 6G entities which have been spun off through the different SDOs, geographies. And for example, there's something called as NIXA-G from US. There is Hexa-X from Europe. We're trying to talk to all of them, trying to make sure that our requirements are understood by them, appreciated by them, and this goes as a common set of requirements into the ITU documents. But as you said, these relationships with these different other entities is very, very essential. That is something that we have to do as an Indian entity with the global partners if we want to have our requirements in place, because these are business opportunities for us, not just IPRs. The IPRs, of course, yes, but it also allows us to develop our own ecosystem, because when we develop technologies, we also hunt local partners to develop the technologies. They are ahead in time, and they can give us all the device and the network ecosystem subsequently. Thank you.
Thank you, Satish. Kindly stay back. I have got a supplementary question also to you. When he spoke about 6G standardization activity as well as India's contribution and partnership with international entities, please understand that as part of 6G vision, what we are working on from Department of Telecom. So working with international projects on 6G is one of the very key areas. That's what experts are suggesting under 6G Technology Innovation Group, which is going to submit its reports very soon. As part of our assessment with many of the Indian academia about where the work is happening with regard to millimeter band, maybe 100 gigahertz and above, surprisingly, we saw that in IIT Delhi, they're having test probe set up even for 110 gigahertz. And of course, they're also having 40 gigahertz S. But 110 gigahertz as well as intelligent reflector surfaces work from Samir and IIT Guwahati, IIT Mandi. There are many places already work has begun to look at in advanced millimeter bands about what kind of new reflector surfaces would be needing, especially to work on. Because when you look at in the spectrum, the lower bands are almost, they are consumed. They're no more available. Of course, as the technology progresses, maybe previous technology bands would also be available for carrier aggregation, etc. But new bands is of serious interest. New waveforms are of again serious interest when it comes to 6G. So Satish, with respect to TSDSI, apart from contributing to the ITU vision document, especially under the ITU Working Party 5D, do you want to share anything specific areas or specific domains where TSDSI is contributing or contemplating to contribute? Satish, back to you again.
Yes, Mr. Kishore Babu. One of the key emphasis or one of the key items that we have emphasized, which none of the other entities around the world have emphasized, is the need for a change in network architecture. This is something unique that we as TSDSI, we in India have realized and want put into the ITU specifications. Why? Because of multiple reasons. One is because of the nature of the demography that we have, the use cases that we have seen. The other one is primarily because this also enables a lot of B2B use cases, which is, technically speaking or economically speaking, big bucks for us looking forward. Your ARPU and whatever struggle that we have, simply goes away with B2B opportunities. That is something that we want to explore as an operator. This is something that we have not seen from other entities, other geographies. This is unique to India. This is something that we want enforced in the vision document, and not just vision document. Obviously, once it goes into the vision document, it goes into the technology enabling document. Once it goes into technology enabling documents, it goes into a lot of other requirements and specifications. So it is very important that we in India participate in all these things and put it ahead in time, primarily because if we don't do it, this is a missed opportunity. None of them will play for us. They'll play for their own turf. So this is very important for us. We have been taking contributions. Just to give one example of what we take as a contribution and how the world interprets it. There is an entity called as, there's a term which is called as bridging the digital divide. When we as Indians emphasize on that, the understanding that we have is very different from, say, for example, when the American entity or the European entity comes and talks of the same digital divide, bridging the digital divide. For them, bridging the digital divide is global connectivity. That's it. And how do you achieve global connectivity? Satellites. As one of the platforms, they do not realize that bringing the cost of network deployment is one of the mechanisms of bridging the digital divide. That doesn't just go into their DNA. It's not there in their DNA. It just doesn't come out from their side. So their interpretation of what we call as digital divide is very different from what we perceive in India as bridging digital divide. For us, it is the cost of network deployment, which is extraordinarily high when it comes to 5G, which is something that we don't want done in 6G. We want to bring the barriers down. So the interpretation is very different. We want to make sure that the technology itself is distributed in nature. There are small network nodes which can be deployed. That means the cost of network deployment is very, very low. That is our interpretation. Not a global Elon Musk kind of a massive billion-dollar, hundreds of billions of dollars of satellite coverage and something like that kind. Of course, that is also one of the viewpoints. I mean, not denying that, but there's a different viewpoint. And these are the viewpoints that we will have to take to ITU. I just wanted to emphasize on with one example. Thank you.
Thank you, Satish. Now, question to Mr. Dinesh is about there are debates between standalone, non-standalone, 4G versus 5G, etc., etc. So, Dinesh, the question is about in India and many other parts of the world, 5G technologies will have to coexist with the incumbent 4G and LTE technologies. How long do you foresee operators continuing with both technologies and why?
Hello. Thank you for asking this question. It's more appropriate for the operators to answer, but let me try. Normally, two technologies, like when we talk about 4G and 5G, the ideal time frame is 5 to 6 years. They coexist. Now, why do they coexist? If you see a scenario of 4G or a demographics of, say, for example, India, it's all entire in ecosystem. Affordability. The India needs a bigger affordability. Today, 80% handsets are affordable by majority of our consumers in India. Even if the new handsets which are coming up is expensive if they are 5G ready. So reaching that affordability in terms of handsets will take certain period of time. Similarly, when you talk about a capacity network, which is actually a 5G network, and we talked about small cell, it needs a huge investment. Now, as an operator, we are ready to invest, but we should see the uses, the business case, and the investment relations. So return on investment is also the important factor. So ideally, to answer your questions, 5 to 6 years is what I believe the technologies will coexist. 4G can fulfill the use cases which are for the mass market today, but there are use cases which are in urban India for which we need 5G. So 5G will start rolling it out. Of course, I do read the news from Reliance Jio, for example. They want to launch in Diwali in 3 cities, and they will go pan-India in 2023. Yes, if they see a business case with those kind of investments and those kind of infrastructure, why not? But ideally, it takes 5 to 6 years to coexist. I mean, it's very much possible that 4G will have the business cases. It'll continue to coexist as an underlayer. But on top of this, there will be another layer of 5G. We will start putting up based on the use cases, based on the investments, and based on the business cases. So that to answer your questions, 5 to 6 years ideally. Thank you.
Thank you, Dinesh. So primarily we focused about standardization, innovation, especially what is that India is doing, what is that we can do more in building our engagement with Indian stakeholders as well as international stakeholders, taking note of 6G is the new program, which we are trying to look at, where we see a lot more engagement, lot more partnerships are going to be established and fructified. So thanks very much for all the distinguished panelists, Mr. Satish Jamdekni, Dr. Upadhyay, as well as Shri Dinesh, and of course Professor Kiran Kuchi and Professor Abhay Karindekar, who have been contributing for this area of work. And very quickly, any questions from the audience to these members with regard to this work? Any specific questions from the members? Of course, even otherwise, you can get in touch with us through Broadband India Forum. And also we invite you to, get in touch with us with regard to 4 points, what we mentioned about. We are working on gap analysis of standards participation in potential areas for India in the different standard bodies. What are the, standardization gap, and who could be the potential new partners from academia and industry who could come and join, especially in taking this engagement more stronger and wider. So with this, I request and I want to thank all of you once again. Thank for the opportunity for Broadband India Forum, and especially to all of you for patiently listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, sir. I would now request Mr. Shashidharan to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude to our session chair and all our eminent panelists. We present to Shri Kishore Babu, DDG SRI, Department of Telecommunications, Ministry of Communications. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for chairing that wonderful session. We present to Dr. R.K. Upadhyay. Thank you, sir. We also present to Mr. Dinesh Chand Sharma. And I would request Mr. Shashidharan to kindly say a few words as the closing remarks of this session.
Thanks to the chair, Shri Kishore Babu. Thanks to all the distinguished panelists, to R.K. Upadhyay ji and Dinesh and others who joined online. I'm very happy to see General Kocher is here, General Pant is here, and we have former TDSAT member. He's also here. He recently launched a book. So we'll have a quick break now for 20 minutes, and sharp 5 o'clock, we'll start the inaugural session of 5G India 2022. Thank you so much. So 20 minutes break. We'll come back exactly at 5 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, like Mr. Shashidharan announced, we are now going to have a quick 20 minutes tea break. Please join us outside for a cup of tea and coffee, and be seated before 5 o'clock for the inaugural session of 5G India 2022. Thank you very much.
The cloud has become a major part of many businesses' operations. According to the State of the Cloud Report 2021, businesses adopted cloud services more than they had planned before. although moving to the public cloud can save money initially. It has some disadvantages in the long run, such as dependency on cloud providers for data governance and data sovereignty, less in-house technical support, and the need to rely on external resources for managing services. Most of the organizations are considering building their own cloud using open source frameworks like OpenStack and Kubernetes to control data long-term and to reduce management and deployment costs. There are also challenges enterprises face when it comes to managing edge applications. Network configuration, deployment of any workloads, vendor lock-ins, application rollout, and more. CoreEdge, a revolutionary cloud and edge computing platform for orchestration, applications, and infrastructure management help you with its product Cirrus Cloud Platform and Cloud Compass. Cirrus Cloud Platform by CoreEdge is an OpenStack and Kubernetes-based software platform that provides services for managing the cloud environments. CCP is software on top of bare metal, servers or any data centers. Manage Kubernetes clusters across public, private, hybrid, and edge clouds with CoreEdge. Cloud Compass helps to manage clusters remotely, manages network configuration, application rollouts, and more. CoreEdge works for many enterprises like
हाँ वहाँ लोग बैठे होंगे फाइव जी यूज करते हैं उनका
The incredible demand for data bandwidth shows no signs of slowing down. 5G millimeter wave has performance targets that will transform fixed wireless access technology. Fixed wireless has traditionally been used to deliver broadband services to underserved rural markets. However, with the gigabit data rates that 5G millimeter wave will bring, global service providers will be able to either complement or replace a number of legacy internet access technologies into urban and suburban markets. With challenges of propagation losses in higher density locations, network planning will heavily rely on a 5G millimeter wave device that will deliver the performance capabilities of a 5G millimeter wave network. The autonomous intelligent steering antennas will adapt to an ever-changing environment and will continually locate the strongest signal to deliver ongoing reliable gigabit services to the premises and avoid repeat site visits by the technician. The Aurus AI connects wirelessly to a millimeter wave network and delivers broadband connectivity to the indoor Wi-Fi gateway that will then distribute broadband connectivity throughout the home. Designed to address a number of different deployment use cases, the Aurus AI can be pole-mounted, wall-mounted, or rail-mounted to deliver flexible mounting options. Millimeter wave will change the way broadband services are delivered. CASA systems are committed to delivering the tools required to execute a successful millimeter wave deployment and ensure the installer can accomplish a fast, cost-effective, and reliable installation. The future of fixed wireless access technology is here. Aurus AI from CASA Systems.
5G is changing the way we communicate by enabling faster, more cost-efficient, more agile communications networks. But the shift to 5G requires a major network transformation from core to door. At CASA Systems, we've developed a simple, flexible path to 5G with easy migration from physical to virtual network functions and cloud. We work with you every step of the way. You draw on our end-to-end portfolio of physical, virtual, and cloud-native 5G infrastructure and customer premise networking technology. And you can address all types of access technologies, from wireless to cable to fixed telco networks. It starts with our unique core and edge convergence technology. We help you build private and public cloud-deployed and cloud-managed high-speed data and multi-service networks. Our comprehensive portfolio and expertise span your core, access, and customer premise needs. Siloed redundant cores are converged. Network functions are combined for easier customization, and the control and user planes are separated to share or converge wireline and wireless network resources. With our flexible edge and access solutions, you can place network functions where they make the most sense. Casa Systems' robust 4G, 5G radio access network solutions help you introduce new services while meeting coverage and capacity demands. Our Apex RAN portfolio can be deployed indoors, outdoors, in standalone or in distributed, virtualized configurations for enterprise, residential, urban, and rural environments. Our customer premise solutions deliver faster broadband to homes and businesses with improved data access and simpler vendor management. Our fixed wireless, industrial IoT, fiber to the distribution point, and residential gateway solutions help you connect subscribers, homes, enterprises, and machines with next-generation converged networks. Finally, our core network solutions can be placed on-premise in enterprises for ultra-low latency, high bandwidth, and data offload. With Casa Systems Solution, you can improve speed, network flexibility, cost of ownership, operational efficiency, and support for microservices. And with our unique small footprint solution design, you can right-size your network to fit your space requirements. After nearly 20 years in the industry, Casa Systems is the only broadband vendor with deep bench expertise and end-to-end solutions for all access types. With commercial deployments in more than 70 countries, we are proud to serve 475 Tier 1 and regional service providers worldwide. Casa Systems is 5G. Through our physical, virtual, and cloud-native 5G infrastructure, customer premise networking technology, and core and edge convergence, we are redefining the future of network technologies. Harness the power of 5G at casasystems.com.
जैसे मैंने किया है यार ऐसा हमारे multiple तो जनरल से चीज है ये तो ऑप्शन कैसे कन्वर्ट करना है इसके बारे में मेन तो सिर्फ इतना था ये भी वही ये देखिए ये लाइए करा हम 72,000 मेगा was put to action.
is facing fundamental challenges. The planet under pressure, productivity stalling, opportunity stubbornly unequal. Technology is central to the answer. With our customers, we create the critical networks that bring together the world's people, machines, and devices. Using and reusing the world's resources more efficiently to be more productive, inclusive, and open. Bringing digital to the world's heavy industries. Connecting families and colleagues at unprecedented scale. Enabling access to work, healthcare, markets, and education. Sensing and acting in real time. Helping the world act together.
The cloud has become a major part of many businesses' operations. According to the State of the Cloud Report 2021, businesses adopted cloud services more than they had planned before. Although moving to the public cloud can save money initially, it has some disadvantages in the long run, such as dependency on cloud providers for data governance and data sovereignty, less in-house technical support, and the need to rely on external resources for managing services. Most of the organizations are considering building their own cloud using open source frameworks like OpenStack and Kubernetes to control data long-term and to reduce management and deployment costs. There are also challenges enterprises face when it comes to managing edge applications. Network configuration, deployment of any workloads, vendor lock-ins, application rollout, and more. CoreEdge, a revolutionary cloud and edge computing platform for orchestration, applications, and infrastructure management help you with its product Cirrus Cloud Platform and Cloud Compass. Cirrus Cloud Platform by CoreEdge is an OpenStack and Kubernetes-based software platform that provides services for managing the cloud environments. CCP is software on top of bare metal. Servers or any data centers. Manage Kubernetes clusters across public, private, hybrid, and edge clouds with CoreEdge. Cloud Compass helps to manage clusters remotely, manages network configuration, application rollouts, and more. CoreEdge works for many enterprises like
gentlemen, requesting everybody to kindly be seated. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your kind attention? Once again, requesting everyone to kindly take their seats and be seated. All mobile phone once again requested to be put on to silent mode. Thank you.
The incredible demand for data bandwidth shows no signs of slowing down. 5G millimeter wave has performance targets that will transform fixed wireless access technology. Fixed wireless has traditionally been used to deliver broadband services to underserved rural markets. However, with the gigabit data rates that 5G millimeter wave will bring, global service providers will be able to either complement or replace a number of legacy internet access technologies into urban and suburban markets. With challenges of propagation losses in higher density locations, network planning will heavily rely on a 5G millimeter wave device that will deliver the performance capabilities of a 5G millimeter wave network. The autonomous intelligent steering antennas will adapt
Ladies
to
and
an
gentlemen, once
ever-changing
again
environment
requesting
and will
everybody to kindly be
continually
seated.
locate the strong.
May I request everyone to take their seats, please?
signal to deliver ongoing reliable gigabit services to the premises and avoid repeat site visits by the technician. The Aurus AI connects wirelessly to a millimeter wave network and delivers broadband connectivity to the indoor Wi-Fi gateway that will then distribute broadband connectivity throughout the home. Designed to address a number of different deployment use cases, the Aurus AI option. Millimeter wave will change the way broadband services are delivered. CASA systems are committed to delivering the tools required to execute a successful millimeter wave deployment and ensure the installer can accomplish a fast, cost-effective, and reliable installation. The future of fixed wireless access technology is here. Aurus AI from CASA Systems.
5G is changing the way we communicate by enabling faster, more cost-efficient, more agile communications networks. But the shift to 5G requires a major network transformation from core to door. At CASA Systems, we've developed a simple, flexible path to 5G.
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everybody to kindly take their seats.
Stop video को वो भी वेट करो
So, ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated. We are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of the inaugural session. May also request for all the exit doors to be closed and all mobile phones to be put on to silent mode. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, namaskar and good evening, and a very warm welcome to the inaugural session of the 5G India 2022, the 6th International Conference, Digital Transformation with 5G on Driving Next Phase of Economic Growth with 5G, which is being organized by Bharat Exhibitions, supported by Bharat Dur Sanchar, supporting Industry Association, 3GPP and ETSI, knowledge partners, Broadband India Forum, BIF, standard partners, TSDSI. And ladies and gentlemen, as is customary, we begin every occasion by lighting the ceremonial lamp and invoking the gods and goddesses to guide and bless us for the success of our endeavors. To do the honors, I would like to invite our special guest, Lieutenant General Dr. S.V. Kochhar, Director General, COAI. And I would request to join him, Mr. Nuno Saraiva, Vice President, Sales Consulting, Oracle Communications. Also inviting Mr. Atul Sachdeva, EVP and National Planning and Deployment Head, Bharti Airtel. Mr. Avinash Mittal, Senior Vice President, Program Director, Technology Enabler, Telenor. Mr. Sandeep Saxena, Head of Pre-Sales and Mobile Networks, Nokia India. Mr. Kunal Bajaj, CEO and co-founder, Cloud XL. Mr. Ravi Gandhi, President and Chief of Public Policy and Regulatory, Reliance Jio. Invite Mr. Shashidharan, Managing Director, Bharat Exhibitions. Mr. Rajat Mukherjee, Director General, BIF. Also inviting General Sir to kindly join us. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as the 5G India 2022, the 6th International Conference, which is being organized in the hybrid mode, is being formally inaugurated. Ladies and gentlemen, as it is said, the diya when lit emits light and derives energy. It is this very life force that sustains us. Each wick being lit and passed from one to another symbolizes the sharing of knowledge. Each wick being lit today is a prayer for global peace and solidarity. Thank you, gentlemen, for doing the honors. May I now request our dignitaries to kindly grace the stage with their presence. Thank you very much indeed. Requesting all our dignitaries to kindly grace the stage. Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together to welcome our very distinguished and eminent panel on the stage for the inaugural session. I would now like to invite Mr. Shashidharan, Managing Director, Bharat Exhibitions, to kindly propose the welcome address. Over to you, sir.
The welcome has to be from TV Sir. Unfortunately, TV Sir could not join us, so Rajat will give the welcome. I just wanted to say a few words before we start this. Sir, we started this event, as you see, the 6th International. 6 years back we started, and today 5G is a reality. And last week, our Prime Minister has announced for 6G. So next year, our event will be on 6G, 14th May 2023. So event will be on 6G. We have already declared the date, 14th May. And today I have read that a lot of departments has been given the instruction to go ahead with the 5G, which is come in all the papers. We all read today that. So thank you very much for all your supports that we did 3G, finally 3G launched, then 4G, then 5G. Now the 5G is a reality. And I would like to thank each one of you who has joined us from the head table, the general co-chair, all the other distinguished speakers, and all the delegates, speakers, and invitees. And special thanks to the Signals Indian Army, which my dad used to work. He retired in 78. I'm so proud of the signal officers sitting here. Thank you, General Saab. Thank you, Brigadier Saab. Thank you, Colonels. All of you are here. And I also would like to wish you all a happy Onam, which I come from the part of Kerala. So today and tomorrow, I didn't know that it was a Onam when I decided the date. But anyway, so I wish you all a happy Onam. Tomorrow we will have a payasam and the South Indian dishes in lunch. So don't miss it. So I would like to thank each one of you who's coming. And I request Rajat to propose the welcome note.
Thank you very much, Sashi. And let me start by saying that on behalf of TV Ramachandran, he is extremely disappointed that he has not been able to join us today. He was actually down in Bangalore, and the original plan was that he was going to join us virtually. But even that was not possible. So I'm afraid you are going to have to deal with me reading out his address on his behalf. So my apologies for that. So let me first wish everybody here a very good evening. Is RK Saxena, has he joined us? Oh, great. Mr. Saxena, our chief guest, thank you so much for joining us this evening. On behalf of each and every one of us, 5G India International Conference, and I'm reminded that it's the 6th one. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Saxena. And I would like to just mention, we are talking here about 5G being a reality. Who better than the wireless advisor who in the DOT has been partially responsible for ensuring that the 5G spectrum auction took place. The distribution of the auction happened seamlessly to all the operators. And for that, the wireless advisor, Mr. RK Saxena, needs a tremendous round of applause. Thank you so much for that, sir. For the benefit of those who don't know me, my name is Rajat Mukherjee, as I was introduced, and I am the Director General at the Broadband India Forum, who are very proudly associated with the Bharat exhibitions in bringing you this 5G conference. So once again, a very hearty welcome to each and every one of you. India is in the process of rapidly accelerating the digital infrastructure in a holistic manner to accomplish the visions of Digital India, broadband for all, and to meet the NDCP targets for inclusive digital growth of the nations. These visions and targets intend to converge to achieve our goal of making India a digital economy worth $1 trillion by 2025. Very recently, the SBI released a note that stated that India has surpassed the UK as the 5th largest economy. In nominal GDP terms, India is now US dollars 3,894 billion versus UK's 3,684, contributing respectively 3.5% and 3.3% to the world GDP. Why would this data point be relevant, you ask? Because each of the 6 nations in this particular GDP count offer 5G services, except for India. With the recent auction of spectrum, and for this we have to thank Shri RK Saxena, with a net amount of 1.5 lakh crores having been netted by the government, it is our fervent hope that this anomaly of not being part of the 5G grouping will now be corrected. And then we will surely join the top 6 in the world in terms of GDP, as well as in terms of 5G network. The 5G is expected to be the next big leap in mobile broadband. Peak download speeds as high as 20 gigabits per second will enable specialized tasks like remote precision medicine, connected cars, virtual and augmented reality, and a wide array of IoT applications. Nationwide, a resilient 5G network will be needed to accommodate the growing demand for high-speed mobile broadband. Only high-speed, high-capacity, low-latency 5G broadband networks will meet the demands of increasing data-intensive applications. Moreover, 5G will support the massive number of devices that will simultaneously access the networks, and which will be far more than the 4G networks that we are currently used to can handle. Will also enable IoT applications in the areas of healthcare, education, energy, and transportation. Further, 5G will enable mobile-dependent users to fully partake in the global digital economy, especially as smartphones and other wireless-enabled devices become perhaps the only gateway to the internet for certain sections of the population. 5G represents increased economic opportunity through improved access to social services, such as healthcare, education, transportation, energy, and employment. And since the majority of the population is likely to depend on mobile services for online access, which is why 5G networks must be available widely and are made affordable, and need to support emerging technologies that address the common issues of public interest and provide large-scale benefits. The government and the private sector are both collaborating in the deployment of 5G while deepening their capacity and reaching out to the communities in the utmost need for high-speed broadband access. And therefore, 5G must be made available nationwide, must be made affordable, and must be made resilient to ensure that all sections of the population benefit from it. Nationwide, a resilient 5G network will also be needed to accommodate the growing demand for high-speed mobile broadband. Only high-speed, high-capacity, low-latency 5G broadband networks are likely to meet the demands of data-intensive applications. High-capacity and high-throughput operations will also be supported through 5G networks, making scaled IoT deployments even more cost-effective. 5G and IoT can also be used in providing for life-saving devices and applications in the areas of healthcare, energy, and transportation. Compared to the existing 4G LTE, 5G is likely to bring higher bandwidths, lower latency, and enhanced connectivity. But much more than that, the 5G bandwidths are projected to be 10 times higher than the 4G and LTE that we are currently experiencing, which will contribute to faster transmission of data, images, and videos. Lower latency will also enable high-speed virtual and augmented reality videos without delays or glitches. Mobile connectivity will be strengthened through small cell architecture, which will densify 5G wireless signals and improve their movement through concrete buildings and walls. Small cell antennas, which can be the size of a pizza box, which will also enhance small service supporting more devices on the same network at the same time. Basis the kind of spectrum bands that got sold in the recent 5G auctions, it is expected that business models that embrace a multi-band spectrum approach that leverages both high, mid, and low bands would best serve the needs of the diverse users and their use of IoT applications and devices by providing greater coverage. This can help promote proliferation of broadband coverage in both urban and rural communities. The government and the regulator are also reportedly working on coming out with a policy on use of street furniture and small cells, as that would be critical in serving populations which are vastly concentrated presently in urban areas. Local, state, and self-governments and municipalities need to support the streamlining of the siting and approval processes and standardize small cell deployments on utility poles and street furniture at a minimum or zero cost and with blanket permission for these installations. Slow and expensive permissions for the use of street furniture to house small cells could not only stifle the 5G deployment, but also lead to slower network upgrades, resulting in lags in the functions of critical IoT applications in healthcare, public safety, and other areas. From an infrastructure perspective, combined spectrum opportunities that broaden both the capacity and coverage, along with the blanket permission at zero or nominal cost for deployment of small cell antenna on street furniture, public utilities, and the ease of deployment through fiber, through facilitation by way of quicker permissions and reasonable costs associated with the right of way, are reasonable measures that are essential for the proliferation of 5G. We believe that 5G must be made affordable for consumers, despite massive telecom investments and costs that are required. These 5G networks will be expensive to deploy, particularly as service providers are projected to invest in multiple avenues of digital infrastructure, including in spectrum, radio access network, infrastructure, transmission, and core networks. It is expected that telecom companies alone could invest up to 500 billion rupees over the next 5 years in building our 5G networks. The largest expenditure for many such service providers will be in small cells to drive wireless capacity. The government needs to step in and provide an enabling and facilitating licensing and regulatory environment to help in meeting this objective. And as efforts to advance 5G to become more affordable and available to all, policymakers, together with the industry and consumer groups, must come together and work diligently in a collaborative manner to identify and support 5G network deployment and adoption nationwide, especially in ways that can enable everyone to be exposed to the power and potential of 5G, bringing the benefits of 5G to all. With this, I'd like to hand back to the organizers on behalf of TV Ramachandran, and I'd like to wish 5G India 2022 a phenomenal success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for those warm words of welcome and for setting the tone for the today's, in fact, the two-day International Conference on 5G India 2022. And ladies and gentlemen, I have now the proud privilege in welcoming Dr. Essam Tawfiq, Director, 3GPP Mobile Competence Center, who has joined us on the virtual mode. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And I hand over to you for the introductory address.
Thank you very much for the introduction and for inviting me. I hope you hear me well and can see the slides. I'm Essam Tawfiq, Director of the 3GPP Mobile Competence Center. I would first like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this event. It is very unfortunate that I could not be with you physically, but I'm extremely delighted to be part of this important and prestigious event that is 5G India, and give this address on behalf of ETSI and 3GPP. Today's theme is 5G and economical growth, and in order to better grasp how 5G can help accelerate the growth for the different industry sectors and accelerate it and support it, it is also very important to understand how the cellular wireless communications ecosystem evolved compared to previous generations. In previous generations, and namely 3G and 4G, the main use case was offering an evolved mobile broadband for customers. 5G does, of course, support this use case, and not only support this, but also brings a considerable amount of enhancements in terms of coverage, capacity, allowing operators to find new ways for revenues. And I assume that you are, most of you are familiar with the illustration in this screen, which is the ITU triangle, and two other use cases that 5G supports and which are of extreme importance to the industries. The second use case, in addition to the mobile broadband, is the ultra reliable and low latency communications. So with extremely reliable communication links and the latency as low as 1 millisecond, 5G offers the possibility to support new applications and new use cases that were not conceivable so far with the previous generation. And applications are very diverse and applicable to almost every sector. So we are here talking about healthcare, but also education and all the use cases that have been listed in the previous address. The third and also extremely important use case offered by 5G is the mobile massive machine type communications and support of IoT. We are here talking about billions of devices supported by the 5G system. And it is actually the combination of these three use cases that will offer an extreme flexibility for the different industry sectors to support their economies, but also unleash new applications and new use cases in support of an economical growth for the society in general, but in individual cases for the industry. Of course, being the first generation that actually integrates these two use cases from the start, this attracted many new actors to the standardization work. And this is something we actually notice on the membership of 3GPP, but also from the partners that are joining the project. We see a lot of interest coming from what we call the verticals. These are the non-usual or historical players in the telco domain. And the illustration in the slide shows the partners of 3GPP, the market representation partners that joined 3GPP and the dates of at which they became part of the project. And you could see that around the start of 5G, which was in about 2015, many new players joined the project. And we see participation now from sectors such as the aeronautics, agriculture, healthcare, and satellite communications. And these are only a few examples. This also is reflected on the member companies that are joining 3GPP, of course. So in the first minutes of this address, I was talking on how 5G would help industries achieve the growth that we are expecting. And in order to illustrate this, 5G is a very rich technology with many features, but I choose three features which are, in my opinion, extremely important and will support the industries to illustrate this. The first one is the support of non-public networks. When we look at the industrial sectors that we want to serve, it is clear that relying purely on a public network is not always the most appropriate or efficient way. There are cases where, for example, a hospital, a port, or a factory plant would like to have a non-public, and which would be the most efficient and appropriate to support their production. And there are cases also where the plant would own their own network, but would like to have this managed with an external service provider. And there are also in the third case, industrial regions who may want to lease a slice, and the network slicing is a feature supported by 5G, to lease a slice for the public network that they operate and manage themselves. So what 3GPP and 5G did is to look at all these three scenarios and standardize the use case where a plant can use a public mobile network as the service provider from one side, or have a completely non-public network, or what we call also private network, or any hybrid solution in between. This flexibility offers a great potential for industries to flexibly choose the deployment that serves better their interests. The second and also very important change that 5G brings is the inclusion of non-terrestrial components within 5G. Previous technologies, 4G and 3G, either didn't support at all non-terrestrial networks, or this was an add-on, non-integrated into the system that came later. 5G was designed from the start to offer the possibility of supporting non-terrestrial connectivity. And once this is achieved, it will offer customers and also devices the possibility to move seamlessly from terrestrial networks to non-terrestrial networks. This will, of course, offer great opportunities to offer a coverage in sparsely populated areas, but also in areas where the land systems are not deployed. We can also imagine disaster situations where the land system is down and where the non-terrestrial connectivity will take over and then offer mission-critical communication possibilities. The global integration of non-terrestrial coverage with the terrestrial will, of course, offer a huge set of possibilities for industries as well. And one thing that is of particular interest is that cellular communications in 5G will also support IoT. And we talked already about massive capacity for IoT and machine type communications. Here, the domains of applications are very vast. And I choose one illustration here to give a simple example where we have a container ship with chips on that ship and with containers in that ship being tracked and aggregated in a gateway, which is in the bridge of that ship. This is a very simple use case that would allow, for example, the containers owners to track where their containers are everywhere in the world. It is a very simple case, but once you aggregate these devices in that ship with all the clusters that are shown in the illustration, we are approaching the maximum capacity of IoTs. And here we are talking something like 1 million of devices per kilometer square. In order to facilitate the support of massive IoT, 3GPP through 5G did standardize several features, of course. And to give a few examples, we can imagine the case of electricity meters in a large city. If those meters are to talk at the same time, that will cause congestion and disruption to the network. So 3GPP standardized the randomization of when these devices are to communicate, but also the case where when the management of these devices would like to address those, there is what we call device grouping, where our communication is set to a set of groups. In that case, for example, the electricity meters within a city. So here I choose 3 simple examples, but 5G is extremely rich in terms of features that brings a lot of flexibility and a lot of use cases that industries and society in general can benefit from. Now, to see or address where we are with the standardization of 5G, the road to 5G started back in 2015. And in the meantime, we already finished phase 1 and phase 2 of 5G, and these are release 15 and release 16. And both of these releases were submitted to ITU as being the 3GPP solution for 5G. Release 15 defined a new radio, which is called NR, and also a core network. And release 16 came to complete the offering of 5G by the support of ultra-reliable communications and massive IoT. These 2 releases are being widely deployed. According to the latest report from GSA, we have 214 commercial 5G networks deployed in the world across 85 countries. And as these 5G networks are being deployed, we receive feedback from the industry into 3GPP, which leads then to enhancements and new cases supported in the 3GPP specifications. Now that India is on the verge of also deploying 5G, we are very keen and looking forward to receiving also the feedback from our Indian members. Release 17, which is the 3rd release of 5G, has been very recently also completed. So we had the functional freeze in March of this year, and a freeze of the ISN1 code and API codes by June. And work is underway in the normative phase of release 18. Both release 15 and release 16 made or built the foundations for the support of the different use cases that 5G offers. Release 17 and 18 come to build on top of these foundations to offer capacity and efficiency improvements. And then I mentioned a few examples like the non-public network and non-terrestrial networks, but also to expand into the support of the vertical use cases. And here we see already work items on the health sector, the support of drones, asset tracking, and factory automation. I'm not going to go to the detail, as you can imagine, of this slide, but it is just to illustrate how rich and how many features that 5G is trying to build across the different releases that we specify. This is the priorities of the different standardization groups in release 18, which, as I said, is underway. And just to mention that release 18 marks the mid-generation for 5G, and it is being marketed as 5G Advanced. As we heard at the start of this conference, we are already having a lot of discussions and talks about beyond 5G and mainly for 6G. I'm not going to talk very much about 6G. There is only one particular point I wanted to emphasize, is that what made the success of the previous generations and 5G is the fact that we have one global standard. And I think it is extremely important that all actors and all partners come together and support the fact that we make 6G also a success by offering a one standard that is deployable globally. That concludes my address. Again, thank you very much for the honor of having me today, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for the introductory remarks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity once again to welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri R.K. Saxena ji, who is the Wireless Advisor, Department of Telecommunications, Ministry of Communications, Government of India, who has joined us virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, let's once again put our hands together to welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri R.K. Saxena. And I, sir, hand over to you for the inaugural address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rajat. Thank you, Mr. Isam. And also thanks to Mr. T.V. Ramchandran, Mr. Bhattacharya, and all others connected with the event. Good evening to all distinguished panelists on the dais, colleagues from the government, distinguished delegates from the industry, members of the media, members of the organizing committee from Bharat Exhibition, Bharat Dursanchar, and Broadband India Forum, etc. Friends, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me thank the organizers, Broadband India Forum and Bharat Exhibition, for inviting me to provide the special keynote address during this inaugural ceremony of this annual flagship event 5G India, with the theme Driving Next Phase of Economic Growth with 5G. India is in the process of rapidly accelerating the digital infrastructure in a holistic manner to accomplish the visions of a digital India, broadband for all, and to meet the NDCP targets for inclusive digital growth of the nation. These visions and targets would converge to help achieve our goal of making India a digital economy worth $1 trillion by 2025. One of the key drivers of Digital India shall be 5G, which is expected to be one of the key technologies which will truly enable digital transformation. Not only 5G is expected to digitally transform the telecom sector, it is also expected to digitally transform all other verticals. DoT had set up an inter-ministerial committee along with 14 other ministries. As part of this initiative, the DoT has given objective to explore the incorporation of the benefits of 5G technology into public infrastructure. With 5G increasing the scope of telephony by manifold, the use cases in the discussion include a private network for police communications, incorporation of 5G technology in hazardous applications such as mining and application in public network, public water works systems, or for agriculture, etc. So far, the DoT has conducted a number of multi-stakeholder meetings with the ministries on developing vertical specific 5G use cases, with the goal to familiarize the ministries with the existing 5G technology for the ministries to develop relevant user cases utilizing the same. We cannot have 5G without spectrum. The government has really worked very hard for the past few years to make this a reality and to make 5G spectrum available to the service providers. This process started with identification of 5G specific spectrum bands, then getting adequate spectrum, which involved getting certain spectrum bands released from concerned stakeholders and putting together sufficient spectrum for the 5G auction. My colleague Mr. Rajat has said a lot in praise of wireless advisor, the head of this department, WBC wing. I I compliment my team, WPC, for this achievement. And I take this opportunity uh, through this event to thank the entire team of WPC Wing, whosoever is listening, so to act dynamically, to support each and every step and all the decisions, such as automation of the entire SECFA process, deemed approval for SECFA applications, then evolution of SUC, widening of microwave spots for backhaul, and the most important one is timely allocation of spectrum of the recent auction. You must have heard a lot about that in past 30 years, Sunil Mittalji, Sunil Bharti Mittalji has stated that was really motivating to all of us that it has happened for the first time in past 30 years that the spectrum has been made available as soon as the payment was over. So these quick issues, these quick actions on these issues of the telecom industries, these are really going to matter a lot and will catalyze the growth of this vital sector and facilitate the timely and extensive rollout of 5G services in the country. More importantly, it paves the way for a sustainable competition to serve a large market like India. These decisions will also contribute towards the growth of the nation by serving the common man. So once again, I say I compliment and take this opportunity to thank the entire team of WBC and of course the other wings, especially the finance wing of DOT, who are involved. And also, it all happened under the able guidance of our Secretary, Telecom and Member Technology, and indeed, and of course, Honorable MOC and MOSC. So, thanks to everybody there. Let me add that TRAI played a very significant role in deciding the band plan, the price of spectrum, the spectrum caps, the rollout guidelines, etc., all in record time. Spectrum was made available in all the bands, that is lower bands, mid bands, and optimal for 5G, and higher millimeter bands, which are the capacity bands. Post the cabinet approval and issue of notice NIA, the spectrum auctions were held successfully, where more than 50 gigahertz out of total 72 gigahertz spectrum which was put to auction, it was sold at a record auction price of 1.5 lakh crore. This is a record for the department and for this country. And at this point of juncture, I would like to thank all the TSPs, all the service providers, COI, and all those who have participated in this auction to participate in the auction with full will and with full belief in the government. So salute to them. With 5G spectrum made available now for all the operators in different spectrum bands, the country eagerly awaits the rollout of 5G service. And all these operators are ready. We have taken all possible steps, like small cells we were talking. So we have eased out the process, SECFA process. We have basically done away that for small cells so that it rolls out quickly. And we have given experimental licenses to all the operators at various locations. So they are already in practice and they are already ready. And now once the payment has been done and frequency allocation has been done, I'm sure they must be with full heart and with full will. They must be preparing for the installation, commissioning, and then finally the rolling out of 5G services in the country. 5G will enable mobile dependent users to fully partake in the global digital economy, especially as smartphones and other wireless enabled devices. Perhaps the only gateway to the internet for certain sections of the population. 5G represents increased economic opportunity through improved access to social services such as healthcare, agriculture, maritime, education, mining, transportation, energy, and employment, etc., etc. Since majority of the population is likely to depend on mobile services for online access, which is why 5G networks must be widely available, affordable, and able to support emerging technologies that address common issues of public interest and provide large-scale benefits. 5G must be available nationwide, made affordable and resilient to ensure that all sections of the population benefit from it. And I'm dead sure that all the TSPs must be working very hard towards achieving this goal. Nationwide, resilient 5G networks will also be needed to accommodate the growing demand for high-speed mobile broadband. Only high-speed, high-capacity, low-latency 5G broadband networks will meet the demands of data-intensive applications. High-capacity and high-throughput operations will also be supported through 5G networks, making scaled IoT deployments even more cost-effective. 5G and IoT can also be used in providing for life-saving devices and applications like robotics, etc., which would make the entire healthcare sector very efficient, and we are going to notice it tremendously. The government is working on coming out with a policy on use of street furniture and small cells. As I said, already we have eased out the process, but further, like the coordination with the state governments, chief secretaries, all those things are parallelly being done through our top superiors interaction with them, so that a smooth rollout and a smooth installation and commissioning of street furniture and small sets takes place to bring the 5G services as soon as possible, effectively and smoothly. That would be critical in serving population which is vastly concerned in urban areas. Local state governments and municipalities, definitely their support is required, and they need to support the streamlining of the siting and approval process. And municipalities need to support the streamlining of the siting and approval process and standardize small cell deployments on utility poles and street furniture at minimum or zero cost and with the blanket permission. And we are interacting with the ministries for this purpose. Slow and expensive permissions for use of street furniture to house small cells could not only stifle 5G deployment and also lead to slower network upgrades, resulting in lax in the functions of critical IoT applications in healthcare, public safety, and other areas. And so a caution. So we are careful from that side. From an infrastructure perspective, combined spectrum opportunities that broaden both the capacity and coverage, along with blanket permission at zero or nominal cost for deployment of small cell antenna on street furniture, public utilities, and ease of deployment of fiber through facilitation by way of quicker permissions and reasonable costs associated with ROW are reasonable measures that are essential for the proliferation of 5G. We believe that 5G must be made affordable for consumers despite massive telecom investment and costs that are required. 5G networks will be expensive to deploy, particularly as service providers are projected to invest in multiple avenues of digital infrastructure, including spectrum, radio access network, infrastructure, transmission, and core networks. Telecom companies alone are expected to invest 500 billion rupees over the next 5 years in building out 5G networks. The largest expenditure for many service providers will be in small cells to drive wireless capacity. The government needs to step in and provide an enabling and facilitating licensing and regulatory environment to help in meeting this objective. As efforts to advance 5G to become affordable and available to all, policymakers, together with the industry and consumer groups, must come together and work diligently in a collaborative manner to identify and support 5G network deployment and adoption nationwide, especially in ways that can enable everyone to be exposed to the power and potential of 5G and bring benefits of 5G to all. To end my talking, let me once again say a few words of praise, and let me again thank and compliment my team WPC and team WP Finance of DOT and all others from administration side who have been interacting with, as I said, with the state government chief secretaries and all that. So, in order to ease out in its process of a small cell and street furniture. So, I'll say that once again, and I'll thank Mr. Rajat, Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, Mr. Debashish Bhattacharya, Mr. Isam, so and for inviting me here and giving me an opportunity to say few words. I am really thankful. And not last, let me also, through this forum, through this event, let me also convey my sincere thanks on behalf of Team WPC and from myself side to Lieutenant General Dr. S.P. Kochar, COAI, Director General, who have very recently sent some few words in praise of the work of Team WPC towards this successful auction to my secretary. And last but not the least, one of the participants here is Miss Revati also. She's Senior Deputy Virus Advisor with our department. And just to make all of you aware about that she has been nominated as RRB Radio Regulation Board member on behalf of our country and doing very good. So I wish her success. With that, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that informative inaugural address. Thank you once again. And ladies and gentlemen, I now have the proud privilege in inviting for the special address, Lieutenant General Dr. S.P. Kochar, Director General COAI. And over to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together once again to welcome our very special guest, Lieutenant General Kochhar.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to be here, especially TBR in absentia, Rajat and Shashi, and all my erstwhile colleagues, present day colleagues, and all the experts sitting here in the hall. As DGCOI, 90% of our time goes on issues relating to 5G. Is it because I'm enamored with 5G? I think I've got fed up of listening to low latency, ultra low latency, high capacity. Is that what is driving the nation today? Is that the hype with the nation? I don't think so. I think we've gone past that. As technologists, yes. 5G is a leap forward. It's a different technology. We saw such a change happening when we went from 2G to 3G. Smartphones came in and we found adaptation taking a slow pace and then picking up. There's something similar is going to happen in 5G. I asked my DDG when I joined COI that what is 5G? Isn't it an upgrade of 4G? He said, no, it is not. Very sternly, he told me 5G is a different technology. Yes, it is. Now I agree. Okay. And this is a new branch which has taken off, 5G, 6G and onwards. And therefore, we will see that 5G is going to bring in much more value to the ecosystem than what we've ever seen before. Something like what happened from 2G to 3G. 3G didn't last too long. I'm making a prediction, 5G is not going to last too long. It is going to be 4G to 6G very soon. Because by the time we get adapted to 5G, 6G will be on our heads. And what is it that 5G will bring in its wake? Important to understand that person A, person B, and the nation looks not at technology as technology. They see how it is going to affect our lives. And 5G has the potential of improving our lives physically as well as economically. And that puts the onus not on networks, not on technology, but on the applications which ride on 5G. And what is it that is different from 4G, which makes 5G so important and so much talked about in the world today? Basically, the adaptability and flexibility which is brought out by what I just said, low latency and high bandwidth, and higher capacity to aggregate consumers or customers. Now, customers, first time in technology is going to include sensors. It is going to include machines. It is going to include humans, which means a huge behemoth of subscribers. 5G can accommodate them. Could not have been done in 4G without massive rollouts. And to top all of this, I must congratulate the government and the industry for putting the shoulders together and making an environment which will make this happen. Though today, as we stand here, we all say that there are going to be applications, and a number of speakers have spoken about the types of applications are going to be there: agriculture, mining, education, so on. But I think 5G is going to affect every aspect of life, and therefore the well-being of every citizen is going to be dictated with the applications which adopt 5G, and the early movers will adopt and bring benefit to its users faster. I also make an assertion that it is not the subscriber, the individual subscriber, who is going to lead adoption of 5G. It is the enterprise. And from the enterprise will come indirect benefits to the consumer, and the services that we offered by the enterprises will force the consumer to then adopt to 5G, the common consumer. Today, standalone, if we take away the enterprise or if we take away the industry, do you think it makes too much of a difference to you and me as common citizens to pay more for a handset of 5G or to avail the services at higher tariffs? It doesn't. But when we have 5G benefits accruing from adoption by adaptation by the industry, yes, we will. We have seen this happen earlier. India has the biggest digital adaptation of tools like UPI. You go to a Panwala, he has that QR code. You go to any place in the country, you won't find these things happening anywhere in the developed world. And this is going to happen in 5G also, because the Indian intellect, the Indian mindset is Jugaad, and Jugaad is going to bring in a lot of benefits to us. So what is it that 5G is going to change, which has not been done by 4G? Basically, as my colleagues from the Indian Army are sitting here, from the industry are sitting here, there are three factors we must keep in mind, which will increase the production capability of the country, increase the economic benefit of the country. One is time. Time is important, that things should be done faster. And 5G brings that. Second is space. They understand space differently, you understand space differently, but your area of influence, your area of coverage has to increase. 5G has the capability of doing that. Somebody mentioned 10 times the bandwidth, 100 times the capacity building. What is it? You are increasing space at lesser time, which means production capability will increase. The third factor is how much of traffic, how much of subscribers can you accommodate on those digital highways which are going to be set up by 5G. So if you put all this together, the production capability of enterprise is going to increase, which will bring direct and indirect benefits to the population, and hence 5G is going to improve the capability, economic capability of the country. Why are we not talking of all the sectors? We are talking only of 5 or 6 sectors. You go to any symposium or to a seminar, people talk only of 5, 6 sectors which 5G is going to be used in. Why not all? I'm saying it's going to be used in all the sectors. The reason is not too far to see. When you're changing from one mode of technology to another mode of technology, the application generators tend to see the new technology with spectacles of the old technology. So when we're looking at 5G, we are looking at low latency and high capacity with 4G in mind. As we go along, we will find that this is going to change. We are going to see the adaptability and flexibility which 5G will bring technically, and we will find more and more applications coming in. I'll give you an example. 15 days back, Ericsson did an pilot in which they partitioned the radio. They used network slicing and edge computing to give a partitioned slice of a network with different SLAs, much higher SLAs than what the parent network was giving. Nobody's thought of that. It was there in the textbooks. It was there being debated in labs, but nobody had seen this practically. So with this type of things happening, industry is going to adapt. And with this adaptation, we are lucky that we are in an era of Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0 is also coming in. And therefore, the permutations and combinations of Industry 4.0 and 5G and Wi-Fi 6 put together has immense possibilities. And it is going to bring a lot of economic growth to this country. And this country is a proud country, and we will look at the world as our market rather than the world looking at India as its market. And this is a leap of faith. And we are going to see a lot of things going to happen much beyond what we are thinking today. I think the organizers have chosen a very apt topic today, and I congratulate them for this. And in conclusion, I wish them all the best in their endeavors and for this seminar. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that very insightful special address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the keynote address of this session, I have the proud privilege in inviting Mr. Nuno Saraiva. He's the Vice Sales Consulting, Oracle Communications. And over to you, sir, for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome our keynote speaker.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Maybe just a brief introduction about myself, given that I am not from India. I am from Portugal in Europe. I lead a pre-sales organization at Oracle Communications, which is basically the telco vertical arm of Oracle. Oracle has 18 industry-specific global business units. And what I propose to bring today for the session is fundamentally, given that I have the luxury of seeing from my team what's going on in terms of 5G deployments out there, and specifically focusing on 5G standalone, where there is a core network of 5G, I'll give you a view of what's going on, what are the common denominators that we see carriers looking for, what do we see as the areas of innovation, where do we see the potential from an ecosystem perspective, right? So that's fundamentally how the long title of my presentation translates to, okay? So with that, let me just get going very quickly. So from a market perspective, one thing I wanted to clarify, or at least bring it as a data point, is IDC, the analyst company, has predicted that by 2025, there would be 55 billion IoT devices. 55 billion, okay? The amount of data used by those 55 billion devices in 3 years' time, mind you, just 3 years' time, will be way higher than what was generated and consumed worldwide over the last 30 years, okay? So one question I get asked a lot when I meet operators like the ones on this room is, what is the killer application for 5G? What is the use case that will help me justify the investment? And the short answer is no one knows, okay? There are many ideas. We know what the technology enables. Now, what would be the killer one? No one knows. What we do know is the sheer scale of what we would expect in 3 years from now forces us as an industry to do a lot of changes, and above all, to look at the way we deploy a network in a way that is highly automated, that we can take business insights from the volumes of data we have, that we take analytics-driven decisions in the network, okay? And that we also expose capabilities to enterprise applications. And by the way, I couldn't agree more with the previous speaker. The added value in 5G is on enterprise, is to the enterprise market. Obviously, the end user behind the enterprise will benefit from the experience, will benefit from the technology, but the end consumer from an operator perspective will be the enterprises, okay? And the point I'm trying to make is, with a programmable network, a network where carriers can expose in a seamless way the networks to enterprises, it further fuels the capabilities to innovate. It further fuels the capabilities to experiment. Out of the 1,000 use cases that probably we will cover on those 2 days on this event, no one knows what will be the killer application. So it's the ability to experiment, it's the ability to innovate that will make a difference, and at scale. That's the important aspect. So the second point I'm trying to make on this slide is, if you look, and again, this is a worldwide market view. If you look at the spend on 5G, it is over 95% on the radio access network. That leaves less than 5% spent in the core network. You saw earlier the colleague from Etsy presenting GSA as a data point that 214 operators have launched 5G. The vast majority of those are 5G non-standalone deployments. That is a 5G radio connected to a 4G core. I can count with fingers in four hands how many operators have actually launched 5G standalone networks. These are networks where the core is also 5G enabled. However, the funny thing about this is, even though the investment or the cost is less than 5% in the core, from an operator standpoint, the differentiators are in the core. From the way an operator offers a service to an enterprise, how can differentiate themselves from the peer operators in the same market? It is not on the radio. Okay, so that's the second data point I wanted to share. So I'll spend some time on the next slides going through what are some of the aspects we see in our deployments, the deployments Oracle Communications has been enabled around the 5G core network. What are the operators looking for? What are some of the lessons learned to at least give you that perspective of focusing in the core? Okay, and with that, maybe have better chances of understanding how we can monetize some of the use cases we heard earlier today, mentioning network slicing, mentioning ultra low latency, reliable communications. All of those use cases are only enabled in 5G standalone. Okay, so just to give you, I depicted three deployments, three projects where Oracle has been selected and either in deployment or live, doesn't matter for this discussion. I've also listed some references on the far right, upper right of customers that we have been selected and that there are public references. But the point I was trying to make on the left side is no size fits all. Point number one, even though, as we've heard before, there has been a tremendous focus on standardization on 5G. The reality is what's standardized is mostly around network function to network function integrations. When we look at the underlying environment on which these core networks run, you will see 4 examples here that are all different, right? And they're all right. There's no right or wrong, okay? You will have customers like the Greenfield US customer you see on the top, that basically has decided to run their core network on a public cloud. Nothing wrong with that, it's their choice. Second customer you see there, tier 1 in the UK, is basically running an environment on-prem on top of an OpenStack architecture. Pretty much each vendor that is part of that solution brings their own cloud native environment. And that's the environment you may have heard about Cloud Native Compute Foundation. It standardizes a set of, or recommends a set of open source tools for observability, for container, for orchestration that typically are used in a 5G network. The applications are deployed in a cloud type environment. If that's in a public cloud or on-prem, that's not a topic for discussion, right? So that's scenario number 2. Scenario number 3, it's also an environment in the US, a tier 1, where actually very similar to number 2, we are running on an environment where every single network function provider brings their own cloud native environment to the mix, right? And the environment happens to run on basically a bare metal infrastructure that sits on-prem for the carrier. And last but not the least, a 4th tier 1 in the US that is running an environment based on, for example, Red Hat OpenShift, right? So the point I'm trying to make is we as an industry need to be flexible on the various deployment models for 5G core. There's not a one size fits all. The second point I want to highlight, as you can see on the picture, is all of these deployments use a variety of vendors. In our opinion, long were the days where it was easier for an operator to just pick a solution from one single vendor and go with it. The usual arguments were, it's too complicated. There's a lot of integration risks. It costs a lot of money. It adds time to market. That's why I'm going to a single vendor. Long were the days. We can today run a network with multiple vendors in the network, It works fine. We can promote interoperability. There is no problem whatsoever. I know that we have a colleague here, and just to as a plug, a colleague from Telenor. We have jointly run an activity with Telenor Research, which is a global function of Telenor, where we demonstrate an environment of a multi-vendor environment. And the whole thing was up and running in 2 weeks. 2 weeks, not 2 years. So the expectation that picking a single vendor will accelerate the deployment or reduce the risks of integration or reduce the costs, it's a myth in 5G. Okay, the type of technology used promotes a lot of interoperability. We as a vendor and many other vendors in the ecosystem have a lot of tools to promote interoperability. It does not create an interop risk. Okay, so that's the second point I wanted to make specific to this slide. Maybe a shameless plug, just to give a perspective, an analyst view on Oracle Communications. As I said, Oracle focuses on 5G core. We do not do radio. We do not do subscriber databases in the core. We do not do packet core. We focus on a subset of what 3GPP has specified on 5G core. And on the back of all I just said before, things are doing quite well for us. We have a variety of deployments already, and things continue to be quite good looking for us looking forward. The second point I was trying to make as an example, and it was actually one of the examples I had before on the previous chart. You may have heard of a greenfield operator in the US called Dish Networks. So Dish has been, I would say, probably one of the more disruptive service providers I have personally seen, right? So their CNO mark is quite aggressive in terms of being disruptive, challenging the team to always rethink the status quo about everything. And what Dish has done is pick various vendors that are part of their deployment, and some of them are attending this session today besides Oracle, run it in a public cloud, automate the hell out of the deployment. And when I say automate, I really mean, if you think the way a 3G or a 4G network is typically consumed, is we as a vendor, and any vendor joining this session will tell you, we gather requirements from a customer, we start development on a product. Several months after, we release a piece of software. The customer takes easily 3 to 6 months testing the software, runs a first office application, and then rolls it out in production. That means that from the time where there was a requirement until the software is actually live in the network, easily we can consume more than a year. With 5G, because of the nature of the architecture that is specified, with using containerization, microservices, CI/CD pipelining, using continuous testing methodologies, using analytics, you can actually, and the way we deliver the software as well, right? So we, on our side, we deliver product increments every 3 months of software. We provide the software into a repository where customers just take the software, automatically load it on their CD pipeline, automatically test it, run canary testing, and roll it out. The whole thing takes less than few weeks, as opposed to the 1 year I mentioned before. So this is the level of automation we can do. And bear in mind, as I mentioned before, given the sheer scale of what we will expect in only 3 years, 55 billion devices, there is no way as an industry we can continue operating the way we have been so far. We, the industry, need to really reshape or rethink the way we do things, right? So automation, cloud native being an area of focus. Another, which is actually an area where we're quite a luxury we have, is Oracle as a business unit, as a whole. We have 18 business units, all of them focus on different verticals. So we have the luxury of having my own sibling GBUs or global business units have specific requirements around communications for their services. So as an example, we have a retail GBU, we have a financial services GBU, we have an automotive GBU, a state and local government GBU. All of those global business units have specific 5G requirements, which give us a chance to experiment and see how can we use 5G network in those scenarios. And this is an area we're working quite closely with Dish right now in exploring the limit of the possibilities of what we can do to try to find that killer application I started the presentation about, right? And we may not find it, but at least let's experiment. And if we experiment 50 times, chances are one of them will be a killer application. As an enabler for innovation, one thing we do, and invite all of you to have a discussion with us in the interval. We have an Oracle Industry Lab that we just launched in Chicago. We're planning to do another one in Asia and another one in Europe this year. And over there, we actually experiment with ecosystem partners. What are some of the example 5G use cases, right? It may not be any of these that will fly, right? But for example, we'll demonstrate how 5G can be used by law enforcement agencies for situational awareness. Imagine the following SITRAP. There is a riot or some situation that requires a police car to be dispatched, several police elements in a crisis situation. We can gather real time a lot of high definition videos coming from wearable cameras from the police officers, 360-degree view cameras on the police car, so that whoever is at the dispatcher has situational awareness of the situation and can better control the situation on site. So that's one example. Another example, we have a construction engineering business unit as well. And there are a few use cases we demonstrate there. One is regarding, for example, for situational awareness in a construction site. What's going on? What's the progress on activities? Is everything okay with all the workers on a construction site? Or, for example, we sell project management software for construction sites. So one key challenge we have is how do we track the progress of tasks in a construction site, right? If I need to deploy in a very large construction site, 100,000 steel beams, and they just arrived on site, how many of those got deployed? How many of those got welded, right? If I can actually automate the process by which I feed into the project management software the status of that task, it makes the life of the end user way easier. Whoever is managing the construction site can now see real time the progress on the construction, right? And I'm not going in detail on all of this, but this is just to give you some ideas on how we can use technology to meet specific enterprise needs. And just to wrap up, not to hold anyone late for dinner, if I could summarize, 5G for us is all about look at what we can do from an automation perspective. How can we handle the scale? How can we use analytics to automate all of this at the scale, at the hyper scale we need to manage? Think on how can multi-vendor environments bring innovation, right? And last but not the least, and maybe the more important one, how can you expose the network to external innovation? I'm sure that all of you, when you think about solving a problem, you'll come up with one idea. Someone may come up with an idea if you give them the tools that you would never have thought about it, right? So by opening up the network to third-party players in an ecosystem, the chances of innovation and the chances of everybody winning from it are beyond limits. And I do believe the technology provides us the tools to be very successful, as the outlook for 5G seems to suggest we will be. And with that, thank you.
Thank you, indeed, sir, for that informative keynote address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the operator address, I have the privilege in inviting Mr. Avinash Mittal, Senior Vice President and Program Director, Technology Enabler, Telenor. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Avinash Mittal.
Good evening. And thank you, Shashi, for inviting. Just a brief about Telenor, as we don't operate in India. So we are operating in 8 countries with around 172 million customers and around 16,000 employees. So I was just thinking, we all know about 5G capabilities. We talk about ultra reliable, low latencies, massive, machine type communications, high capacities, high bandwidths, all those things are there. Then we have a network slice. Is that sufficient to really bring the use cases, what we really need? What additional things which we are really looking for, which really makes us something a package? And that's what I see. This is the right time for 5G, unlike 4G or 3G, where we have now edge computing. So edge cloud is available. We have a machine learning available. We have now a massive computing at a very low footprint and a low power that is available. We have applications which are cloud natives. So all these things, and then we have automations available. So if I put together everything, then I see now we have ingredients for a perfect storm. And that's where, if you look at the multiple industry sectors where we have done a pilots, and I'll be focusing on some of those pilots which we have done in Telenor in those countries. So we believe very strongly in our modernization journey with 5G. We launched in March 2020 in Norway, 5G, Oslo. And then we have out of 8 our business units, we have a 5G in 5 business units. And our basically the plan is to really augment the capacities and the coverage in current phase, which we are going on. And then, so basically we are not putting any 4G investments anymore. And then we move towards a complete 5G at a later stage where we release the 4G. So that's our plan. And basically, what we are looking is not only the connectivity, but how we can really bring these connectivities along with the ecosystem partners to bring a use cases for all the industry verticals. As we strongly believe that what 3G and 4G has done in the consumer space, now 5G along with all this ecosystem will bring the same thing as on the industry verticals. So these are some of the use cases. So a lot of our friends are sitting from defense. So what we have done a pilot is with Norwegian defense. And what they were looking is, because they have a huge network across the country, what they were looking was a fully isolated a network slice. The only difference is, of course, it was only on a pilot basis, but when it will be put into the operation, it will be countrywide on a public network, but fully isolated. Then what we have done are certain applications testing, which is a soldier is having his handset, and if there is a shot fired, now with these video analytics, that is able to detect that there is a shot fired, and whatever corresponding group it needs to be communicated, it can communicate that. Then there is a need for push to talk, where somebody just pushes, speaks something, and then it goes to the group which is in the user is in that group. So that push to talk application was supposed to has to be embedded and bring these 5G capabilities, because that is the end-to-end encrypted. So that testing was needed. And then they require a priority that in case of a disaster, any kind of a war or any kind of certain such kind of issues comes up, then they really get a priority. And then, well, the country is, of course, compared to India, that country is not large. But within that country, what they want is a autonomous mobile edge. So completely solutions, private solutions. So even if they are cut off because of any war situations or anything, all the users can communicate within those zones. So there will be multi-one edge zones sitting in the country where they will be integrating. What was our experience, as my dear friend was speaking? that we really see that earlier it used to be like we are giving 4G and then we have certain networks. Now what we see is basically all the components which is needed, which is connectivity, which is cloud, security is extremely important, analytics is important. Then we have a devices and hardware ecosystem, all the IoT devices and other things are really needed, and applications and all the integration of these activities. And that's where we see that all these things needs to be worked with the user. So we worked with the defense, really understood what is the need, and tried to create, co-create the, the whole ecosystem which is useful for them. The second pilot which we did was in Malaysia, which is on the port. So what we did was we put some 5-6 high definition cameras on the crane. And what is needed in a port operation is that when you are taking out the container, first thing you really need to know whether the container is damaged or not, right? Because the moment container is damaged, it triggers the insurance case. Second thing is whether the damaged container was during the shipment or during the port handling, because that also has a massive impact. And obviously the third part is where that container needs to go, because the whole, I'll say smart management of the containers and the logistics. So this is something which again was a very important thing. Similar thing we did, I'll say in Norway in a fish farm, where we put, the SD cameras in the fish farms, where we are able to identify that what kind of fishes are there, number of fishes, what is the length of the fishes, what is the feed which is given, whether there is overfeeding or not. So those kind of things which were needed. And again, what we saw is that working with the verticals and the whole ecosystem was extremely important, because what we did is earlier we have never worked with the camera vendors. We have never worked with the video analytics vendors, right? And of course, the cloud vendors we have been working, but when you start working with all the ecosystem vendors, then you really create those kind of a value add, which is really needed for these kind of use cases. The third one, which I'll cover, is the pilot on the smart hospitals. If you look at this green building, this is a completely new upcoming block in one of the hospitals of Norway. What they are looking is, they want is an entire setup to be done in that building, and of course then in the rest of the buildings also, where their all communication happens through in that private network, and that is again a completely autonomous, so that even if there is a cut outside, they are not impacted. If a patient is visiting inside, then it will be connected to a public network. So again, there is a slicing which is done, so it will be connected on a public network. And if the employees goes outside their own private network, then it will be again connected to a public network. So all kind of, the combinations which is needed for their use cases is part and parcel of, this kind of cases. So these were some of the use cases. So we did almost in most of the industries. We have done many of the pilot cases, and this is one of the things which we say now this 5G ecosystem is really can bring a massive changes, and you can see a different pie. So small pie, large pie, but even the smallest pie is quite good enough to really make the changes and to really have a monetization. So this is what basically as a Telenor, what we are now trying to do is to really simplify ourselves, modernize ourselves, make us as a digital telco, so that we are not only focusing on a connectivity, but also focusing on beyond connectivity. And the one more very clear, what I have been repeating again and again, is that industry collaboration. That's what we have been focusing, because application partners, our equipment partners, cloud partners, analytics, all those ecosystems needs to really work together, because that's what we believe, that it brings more value than the sum of each party. And this is again nothing else but you take any kind of a use case or any verticals, whether it's consumer services, broadcast and TV, AR. If you look at the business critical, I already covered the fish farming. Then you have all the industry now, a big, business case or the use cases sitting in the industry. Defense, disaster management, health management, so we have done work for a remote shipping also. So remote ship management also, we did one of the pilot where there is a 8-kilometer fjords distance, and that ship has to be completely, remote controlled. So that also we have done, and then we are also upbeat on the drones. So whatever industry you see, we see there is a business case, use case, which can really help industry to really grow and really help all of, as a user, as an industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the next operator address, may I invite Mr. Atul Sachdeva, EVP and National Planning and Deployment Head, Bharti Airtel. So let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Atul Sachdeva for his presence.
I don't know.
Good evening. First, I would like to thank Shashi and the supporting partners for inviting us. I think it's a time to congratulate Government of India, DOT, and all the industry partners who have made 5G auction as very successful. And this has really paved our way out in bringing India on the front map of fast technology adoptions, which we have demonstrated during 4G era also, and 5G is further ahead of curve. I think India has been fortunate enough now on 5G. I'll tell you why, because at the time when we are adopting 5G right now, the technology is matured. We'll get the best of the products. We'll get best of the use cases, and device ecosystem is also on an evolution stage. It is matured what it was 2 years back or 3 years back. So that means we'll get much more benefits on 5G, and we can actually juice out 5G much more efficiently than it used to have 2 years back. So India has been fortunate enough in getting the right investments at right point of time. So 5G is going to definitely excite all of us much more than what it would have been done 2 years back. I think on India context, we started this journey 30 years back, 1992, when 2G started. And after that, we moved to 3G. It was from literally from voice to video, then to 4G, and then to 5G, which is a virtual world now. I think it's been 30 years, and from 2G to 5G is not a small journey. It took us time, but I think we have adopted 4G and 3G very, very fast. I think the example set by 4G and 3G dying down so early in India. Airtel was pioneer in 3G, shutting down 3G, maybe one of the first in the world. We only saw 3G as 5 to 6 years of its life, and that means the adoption by Indian customer and by Indian industry was very, very fast as compared to rest of the world. So it is a good news for 5G. That means the customers are more tech savvy. They are most advanced in India. So hence 5G is going to definitely give us benefits. India has also witnessed one of the largest consumption. We consume today about 13 exabytes a month, put all operators put together. This doesn't include the broadband, the wired broadband connections at home. India is also consuming highest per capita user consumption, which is roughly 20 to 22 GB a month, which is also highest one. We are also having now 1 billion plus connections. So that means it is the very, very right time for India to adopt 5G. We are at such a mature stage of 4G today. So 5G, we deserve 5G as soon as possible. I think a lot has been said about 5G, and we keep reading about 5G on the use cases. But our belief, my belief is there's no area where 5G cannot touch. There can be use cases. We can say there are multiple use cases, transport, mining, ports, manufacturing, education, healthcare, etc. But I don't think there is any area in our lives where it will not be used. 5G cannot bring a value in it. I think it's just not a technology. It's just not an upgradation of G. The way we have seen in 2G to 3G or 3G to 4G, it's altogether a lifestyle change. It's driven by a digital infrastructure, unlike 4G and 3G. It's driven by the use cases. It's driven by the applications rather than the upgradations in the technology. So that's the difference what it is going to bring between the previous G upgrades and the new G upgrades. We are also talking about 5G advanced and 6G. Somebody was talking about 6G. Shashi was talking when we started this event. We are talking about 6G. That means we are at an advanced stage of 5G. So definitely it's going to benefit India the most, unlike the other technologies. I think 5G is on three pillars. All of us have talked about it. Low latency, 10x higher speeds, 10x lower latencies. I think all of this will lead to productivity increase, right? So productivity means economic growth. So productivity can be in manufacturing, can be in various other, at our homes, smart cities. It can be unending possibilities. The most important benefits, what we think from 5G would be on socioeconomic regions. For example, education and health sector, where people are deprived of data. People are deprived of timely data in farming, for example. People are deprived of healthcare, timely healthcare availability. These are the two areas where definitely it will make impact en masse, not just on the enterprise side, but en masse. One of the other things which 5G is going to bring for all of us as a country, which our responsibility is also that it is going to give us benefits on sustainability as well. 5G is much more efficient technology. It's much more spectral efficient. So hence the cost for producing a GB or the energy consumption for producing a GB is much lower on 5G as compared to 4G and 3G. That means we will indirectly contributing to sustainability as well. Lower pollution, lower emissions, lower transmission power. That's the most important part, what we believe we are going to give it to the society back. I think talking something about the ecosystem maturity, there are 4 pillars which we believe are going to contribute, which are required for our ecosystem to develop so that the 5G is adapted as quickly as possible and at a scale. One is definitely the applications part. All of us have talked about it. Second is the robust rollouts. I think we as a Airtel are ready to roll out 5G as quickly as possible. We have done trials that's passed now. It's about 1 year back. In the meantime, we have also created infrastructures on the back end which are 5G ready today. And we, as quickly as we can, we will roll out 5G. The robust network is the second most important pillar. The third most important pillar is the device, which is actually the first one, but I'm saying it on number 3 is the device ecosystem. Affordable device is the right metric to look at. When we look at 3G to 4G consumption, I think the most part of that was done because the device availability or the devices were made affordable. I think the same story is going to happen for 5G as well. The devices have to be affordable, and I don't think that there is time that will get to the levels where it should have been in India. And India should not be deprived of 5G adoption just because of the that it would not happen. The fourth most important part is the chipset manufacturing, which is today it's at a level which is a little bit matured, but I think we are expecting chipsets to be more efficient, more powerful, more energy efficient. I think these are the 4 pillars where 5G adaptability is going to be impacted if we don't get these 4 pillars right. I think on all of this put together, I think the theme of this was the economic benefits. I think all of this put together will bring us economically, I think the growth will be much higher than what we have seen in 3G and 3G to 4G. The aspiration of India to become 1 trillion economy, I think the most part of it would get the substantial part of the growth or the economic growth would led by a digital transformation, and 5G will ride definitely on that. Regarding readiness on Airtel, I think I already talked about it. We already have connected more than 1 million enterprises because we had talked about enterprises mostly for 5G. So I just wanted to touch enterprise connectivity, what Airtel has does. I think we have connected more than 1 million enterprises, SMBs, and they will be the first ones to adapt 5G because the infrastructure is ready for them, and they have already are experiencing a 4G network and a connected network. I think they would be the first one to adapt to those 5G services. I think I won't be taking much time between you and dinner. So I would thank you. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Mr. Ravi Gandhi, President and Chief of Public Policy and Regulatory, Reliance Jio, for the operator address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'll not take much time, but I would certainly like to disagree with many of the previous speakers on 5G is completely a new technology. It is not a linear innovation over the existing technology. It's going to change life. So when other speakers were speaking, it just struck my mind that was the wheel a bigger invention or electric vehicle is a bigger invention for humankind? Was 2G a bigger invention or innovation, or 4G a bigger innovation? So every technological innovation has changed the life of people. I see 2G is much bigger innovation than actually what 4G would have done or 3G would have done. Or a wheel is much bigger innovation than what EV would do. Because if there was no wheel, there would not have been EV. What is 5G? 5G, when we build telecom network, basically for connectivity. Connectivity requires two things. One, the capacity. Second, the connectivity, the capacity and the coverage. And the capacity and coverage should have reliability and very low latency. How do we achieve that? So I think the two things which 5G brings in or optimize more is it reduces the latency by the way of going towards the user, going with the small cells. I'll come to that, how it actually changes the life and how it changes the life of operators and why it is very critical when we talk about, say, huge investment, massive investment and all those things. And high bandwidth. High bandwidth, one would easily say, okay, go for densification or spectral efficiency or more spectrum. So all these three things would actually bring in more and more bandwidth and more capacity. And go towards the user, very, very close to the user, and increase the computing speed. So that reduces the latency. The moment you have these two things, high capacity and low latency, we may have many different names for that, technological name. But what it does is, it provides you capability to create new and new use cases, which earlier were not possible. Obviously, there were a lot of use cases which were not possible in 2G because there was no internet, there was no data. So only the use cases which were there were revolving around voice, which was the predominant service of that technology. Now, after 4G use cases, we have become more educated. So we are talking about use cases when 4G was not there and there were not many use cases like today, if I go to have just Pani Puri, the person would say, okay, pay by UPI, don't pay by cash. So this was not there prior to 4G. So this is a big innovation. Nobody is carrying cash. Now you just carry your mobile and your life is sorted. If you are to have a morning flight at say 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, whole night you can't sleep because whether your taxi wala will come in the morning or not. So now with Uber, Ola, all this aggregation of taxis, you don't have to worry about it. This is another innovation which has been riding over 4G. Now, after dinner, you don't have to actually pick up your car and go for ice cream to India Gate. You just have to order on Zomato or Swiggy. You'll have it. That's another use case of 4G. These use cases were not possible before 4G. To some extent with 3G, but not before that. So, but till the time these use cases actually came, we never discussed about it. So similarly, while we are trying to discuss so many use cases, we don't know actually which use cases are going to be. Once the networks are there, we have very, very innovative brains in country, across country. And while we can imagine these kind of use cases would be there, but there may be many, many use cases which may come. Some of the use cases, because everybody talked about use cases, I should also say some use cases. It's going to be death of PlayStation. The children are not going to spend 50,000 rupees to buy a PlayStation now. This is going to be one big use case. With the help of your mobile device or any of the device, you can, with the thin browser, you can actually play live games, low latency application. Very simple to adopt. Many other like e-commerce. E-commerce was also, I think, one of the application which was on basically on 4G. But this may change. This may change with the virtual world. So you don't have to just see the photograph. You may actually get much more than that 3D view, virtual immersive experience and all those things. So it may change the way we actually shop. So while the applications like agriculture, etc., these are very good, required for society, humankind, but those may take time. But the application which I am telling may immediately be picked up by obviously the next generation. So 5G, the moment you have very, very high capacity and very, very low latency network, we are going to see completely different kind of applications. Is the only thing where I would like to stop on as far as use cases is concerned. I don't want to actually speculate on use cases. Second is we talk about the private network, enterprises, and all those things. So there are some oxymoron like private network and cloud native, Open RAN and private network. Private network, which is working on a public cloud. So I think these are the kind of things probably we need to see. How can there be a private network which is on an open public cloud? That is one. Second, we talk about security and open network. Very, very high secure network and open network. These are going to exist. We have to live with it. So we can't have completely closed network without any access from anywhere. But at the same time, we have all different vendors talking on open stacks, open standards, open protocols. So that's the life which we have to live with. And 5G brings all this. So cyber security, etc., everything. When there were 2G kind of networks which were closed, one vendor, specialized operating system, etc. So those were closed networks, no outside access. So security was not as important as one would see today. When we have open networks, connected and created over the public network. So a network over the network. Security becomes very important. OTT communication, WhatsApp, instant messaging, voice over IP. These were creation of 4G. So the industry used to talk about same service, same rule, OTT communication and all those things. So these were the things which were debated when 4G was being launched. So these were creation of 4G. With 5G, there should be some new creation. So this new creation is network over the top. So it would be network over the network. So you don't require to have actually network to provide network services. So you can just plug and play some kind of RAN like Wi-Fi 6, some servers somewhere across the world, just connect it and you start providing network services, not this communication services. So these are the kind of innovations which we are going to see. And let's see how we address that. And the third change which we are going to see is in the 2G era or 3G era, we used to see the kind of resources which we are talking about. Access spectrum, GSM spectrum, this is CDMA spectrum, this is backhaul spectrum, this is microwave spectrum. So all those were compartmentalized. When it came to 4G, then we used to call liberalized spectrum. Now you have the spectrum which can be used for CDMA, GSM, etc., so many things. But still we have access spectrum, backhaul spectrum, satellite spectrum. With 5G, with release 16, 17, as was the previous speaker, in fact, in the opening presentation of ITSI, we saw it's going to be one network. When I joined service 30 years ago, when I started learning about telecom 30 years ago, somebody told me that every newborn baby would be allocated one unique number. And if that number is not accessible, that person is no more. So that kind of network, probably what we are trying to achieve through these release 16, release 17, release 18, with NTN, non-terrestrial network, satellite network, HAVs, integrated access backhaul, etc., so many things. You carry one device. You don't have to bother about which network you have. Inside, you are on Wi-Fi. The moment you go out, you may be on 5G. The moment you go further in the uncovered area, you'll have satellite connectivity with the same number, same device. Same session would continue. So you're going to have integrated networks. One network, one number, one device, seamless connectivity, no session breaking is, I think, what I feel the 5G will give us. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the industry address, may I invite Mr. Sandeep Saxena, who is Head of Pre-Sales and Mobile Networks, Nokia India. And let's put our hands together to welcome him.
Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sandeep and I'm representing Nokia here. And the topic today is that 5G is driving the next phase of economic growth. Now, let me start with something that, we have listened multiple times. And ladies and gentlemen, kindly allow me to repeat this at the risk of boring each one of you. So once again, let's briefly recap on the 5G capabilities, what 5G can do. Number one, ultra broadband, which means data rates of more than 10 Gbps. Number two, connectivity, which means 10 to 100 times more devices as compared to what an LTE or a 4G network can do. And number three, the ultra low latency, latencies in the range of less than 1 millisecond. These are the three basic capabilities of a 5G network. Now, what do they do? The high data rates in excess of 10 Gbps, they enable enhanced mobile broadband. Connectivity, where we have 10 to 100 times more devices, they enable massive machine type communication. The ultra low latency to the tune of less than 1 millisecond, they enable the ultra reliable and low latency communication. And these are basically the capabilities of 5G, which provide a perfect launch pad for the fourth industrial revolution, which is nothing but Industry 4.0. So much so that the technology has the power to transform the sectors of our economy. And we talk about manufacturing, retail, information communication technology, logistics, healthcare, education, entertainment, gaming, you name the industry, and 5G has the potential to transform each one of these sectors. And every time these sectors get transformed thanks to 5G, there is a significant contribution in the economic growth for that particular country. There have been many studies. They've been done by various research companies, various consulting companies. And the resultant is that, 5G will contribute to the GDP of each and every country. And the collective contribution of 5G will vary anything between 8 trillion to 8 to 10 trillions by the year 2030. In one of the studies conducted by PwC, it was indicated that the 5 key sectors by the year 2030 alone will contribute to approximately 1.3 trillion worth of GDP growth. And that's the power of 5G resulting into this economic growth. One of the studies which was conducted by GSMA suggested that each one of the country, with the launch of 5G by the year 2030, will be able to increase their GDP anything between 0.3 to 0.6%. Now, that's what is the capability of 5G to drive economic growth everywhere. Now, what is going to happen to India? In India, it is expected that with the uptake of 5G till 2040, the contribution towards GDP would be anything around $500 billion. And this uptake is expected something around 2025. And within the next 15 years, you will see that, okay, the GDP is going collectively by almost like $500 billion. And that's a significant contribution. And the GDP increase by 2040 is expected to be anything around 0.6%. Now, where is this contribution coming from? So when we look at the benefits per sector, the biggest contribution comes from manufacturing, which is as high as 20%. But manufacturing, retail, information communication technology, and agriculture, these 4 sectors together will account for approximately 50% of contribution when we talk about GDP growth. The biggest service sectors, and I think Atul briefly touched upon that, would be education and healthcare. These are going to be the 2 biggest sectors when we talk about the service industry. And that's basically, the sector distribution when we talk about economic growth. From a use case perspective, the first thing is enhanced mobile broadband. And eMBB, what it will provide basically is a very kind of a reliable broadband with an outreach to various mass segments. When we talk about big deployments, when we talk about mass events there, that's where, the mobile broadband will provide that kind of a, reliable network there. The other aspect of mobile broadband is fixed wireless access. Fixed wireless access will provide a very reliable broadband for number 1, suburban areas and the areas with low density. And number 2, they will provide a very reliable broadband when we talk about home and business environment. Ultra reliable and low latency network. This is needed for sectors like manufacturing, for transport, for healthcare, for logistics. Massive machine type communication. This is used for launching smart cities, smart infrastructure, smart utilities, where there is a need that there are multiple devices, hundreds of devices, thousands of devices are talking to each other. And that's basically, the kind of contribution which is coming by use case. Approximately 40% of that will come from eMBB plus FWA together. And approximately 30% each will come from URLLC and MMTC. So that's basically, the contribution by sectors. Just to share with you a glimpse of, what we have been able to do. And when I say what we have been able to do, it is essentially our CSPs, what they have been able to do. So with the 5G trial spectrum that our CSPs have been granted about a year back, they have been able to demonstrate multiple use cases. And this is just a glimpse of that, not everything, but just a glimpse of that. Immersive video entertainment, where we talk about 4K kind of an experience with multiple angles being captured with a camera. Robotics and AI, this is a remote robotic operation which is powered by automatic intelligence, and then connected devices. This was a combination of connected devices and provision of a private kind of a wireless network there. 5G in remote areas was nothing but it was basically a healthcare which was provided in a remote area. And then you see the 5G connected ambulance, once again, use case, for healthcare. And then there were use cases related to smart enterprises and smart city solutions. Now, this is, as I said, is a glimpse of many use cases which have been demonstrated. This is something, which has already been kind of developed, demonstrated in a almost live network using the 5G spectrum by our CSPs. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with 5G enabling the use cases, with 5G providing a massive potential for the economic growth. And now the question is that what needs to be done next? Now, what needs to be done next basically is nothing but how to accelerate 5G in India. And the first point here is ecosystem development. And when I'm talking about ecosystem development, I'm talking about a larger ecosystem, which starts from a spectrum. And all of us, we have already seen that, okay, there has been a very, good spectrum auction. The spectrum in fairly decent quantity has been, purchased or, brought by the CSPs. Now, the second is the device ecosystem. Now, what we need basically are the 5G handsets. And it is not just only the availability of the 5G handsets, more importantly, it is the affordability of the 5G handsets. And gradually, when we evolve from enhanced mobile broadband towards MMTC, it is basically also the availability of the 5G devices, the IoT devices. So that's basically the kind of a device ecosystem which needs to be made available, for the industry here. The third point is the electronic infrastructure. We have heard people talking about 5G core. We have heard people talking about 5G radio. A very important aspect of this electronic infrastructure is the backhaul. Today, there are hardly 30 to 35% sites or the towers which enjoy the access of fiber. What happens to the remaining 65 to 70% sites? They also need to have a very robust kind of a backhaul. So we need to ensure that, okay, there are technologies like microwave E-band, which can provide an equally robust kind of a backhaul arrangement. And when we have the devices ready, when we have the 5G core ready, when we have the 5G radio ready, when we have our backhaul ready, the next thing which is extremely important is when all these use cases, we see that, okay, there is so much of a data, so much of information which is flowing across. The availability of a robust and a very strong end-to-end security solution. Just to ensure that the information, the data which is being flown doesn't get hacked, doesn't get endangered, and all of us are absolutely safe and we remain in a safe and secure environment. So the availability of this kind of a end-to-end strong security solution there. So that's all about the ecosystem development. And the second is the digitalization of network deployment. I think one of my fellow colleagues, he spoke about the speed with which 5G needs to be rolled out. And when we talk about this speed, it is all about rolling out the 5G core, the 5G radio, the backhaul. And when we talk about the 5G radios there, the 5G base stations there, what it needs for a faster rollout of all these 5G base stations. We talk about digital site engineering. We talk about digital designs. We talk about installations and commissionings, which are done in a very effective and a faster manner. We talk about digital optimization. We talk about digital optimization and then digital acceptance. In a nutshell, what we are trying to do is that we are trying to get a zero-touch implementation of each one of these sites so that we can ensure a very fast rollout. And these faster rollouts will improve efficiency, will improve quality, and they will also have a very significant positive impact towards the environment, because the emission levels of carbon dioxide will go down drastically when we adopt these digitalization technologies. And this is what is needed in terms of the faster network rollout, a complete suite of digitalization techniques. And the third thing is the collaboration for the India-specific use cases. It's very important that there has to be a larger collaboration among CSPs, among the use case providers, Department of Telecom, the startups, the academia. What we are doing at Nokia is that we are already working with a lot of startups. We are supporting these startups in making the India-specific use cases, and not just only supporting them, helping them in inviting them to our labs in Bangalore, where they can come and they can test their use cases in a simulated 5G environment. Now, very recently, there has been a kind of an inter-ministerial committee set up, which was an initiative of DOT, where 14 ministries, they came together, and they're working together, in coming up with suite of India-specific use cases. So this is something which is a very welcome step in the direction of this collaboration. Now, the fourth thing is ease of doing business. Ease of doing business, we all know that, okay, what needs to be done here? There are a lot of policies, practices, processes which need to be streamlined from the point of view of ease of doing business. We have already done something. So we see that, okay, at the time of a spectrum auction, there were already certain kind of changes which were brought about. We all know the various initiatives which PMO is driving. So when we talk about Make in India, when we talk about Digital India, when we talk about Skill India, there are already certain initiatives which are being taken. Very recently, there were certain amendments in the right-of-way rules. So these are certain ease of doing business initiatives. We all know that, okay, India was standing in 2014 somewhere around in the position of 142 in terms of ease of doing business index. And from 2014 to 2020 or 22, as per this World Bank report, we are now standing at position number 63. So there is a development, there is a huge progress that we have made, but there is still a way to go in terms of doing more when we talk about ease of doing business. Last but not the least, skill development and awareness. As we know that, okay, 5G offers a lot of potential. They offer a lot of potential for everybody, for citizens, for human beings, for industries, for everybody. And therefore, it is very, very important for all of us to have a platform which can create this kind of an awareness, which can impart the skill which is needed to human beings. At Nokia, what we have done is that we have partnered with NIIT and we have come up with certain basic 5G certification courses. And these are available to everybody. Anybody can come and apply for these 5G certification courses just to know what 5G is all about, just to know that, okay, what is the real potential behind 5G. So ladies and gentlemen, 5G offers a lot of power. 5G has the power to transform lives. It has the power to transform economy. It has the power to transform the social sector, and it has the power to transform all of us. So it's time that, okay, we all get together and we all get started. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, now in the end for the discussions, may I hand over to our distinguished moderator, Mr. Kunal Bajaj, CEO and co-founder, CloudXtel. Over to you, sir.
Great. So good evening, everyone. I think we are at the final stage, and we can actually say that the only thing standing between yourselves and dinner is this panel discussion. So given that I believe I made the mistake of sharing all my questions too early with the speakers, because every single one of them has been addressed by every speaker. So I think we're going to go off script a little bit and ask everyone a couple of new questions so that we get some new insights. And of course, before digging into this, need to recognize Shashi and Bharat Exhibitions for putting this together and getting all of us together here. I think it's a wonderful exchange of thoughts. And obviously without that, we wouldn't be able to have these kinds of discussions. So we'll limit it maybe to just 2 questions so that we can then quickly get to dinner after that. And I think, we'll start first with SP Kochhar Saab. if you wouldn't mind kicking off the discussion. I think the first question, and what everybody here, maybe as end users, as enterprise customers, want to really know is, and we've heard it from our operator speakers, but are we ready to actually launch? Are we going to see 5G full-fledged by the end of the current financial year, available to all users?
Thank you for that question, Kunal. That's a loaded question. Yes, we are ready. We will launch, but will we launch pan-India is a moot question. Business imperatives come into play, investments come into play, and whether there is a requirement of going pan-India at the same time. So we will be going selective, I suppose. And I think more details will come to you from the operators themselves. As far as I'm concerned, I think we will be going selective in various geographies, but launch we will.
Great. So Atul, if we can just pick up from that, there's been a lot of announcements, a lot of press about what your guys' plans are. Can you, I think for everyone here, just elaborate on how aggressively you guys plan to roll out, and what are some of the, whatever you can share publicly, what are some of the targets that we can look for in terms of availability?
I think what I can. Hello. So I think it's a loaded question for me as well. So I think what I can say is that we are building up the infrastructure on the back end, and we are ready. We would go selective just because of the because it's a startup, and material deliveries and all will generally take time. But I can just say that in few quarters, I think we can have a substantial rollouts across the country.
Okay, so Ravi, I'll give you an opportunity at the other end. As one of the other major operators, I think you guys have an aggressive target of the value which you've announced publicly. So how close are we to that, and how widespread do we see deployments next month coming?
Hello. It's not a loaded question for me because I don't know the answer. So I know as much as you know, and of course, 3 parts. We are ready. We will launch. We'll go everywhere. That's what I know.
Okay, great. So I'll just, similar question, I'll take it to Sandeep. I mean, you're a major player in this ecosystem to make these guys be able to actually fulfill these promises. Again, as Atul said, it's a startup. There's a logistics, there's a supply chain, there's installation, integration. There's a long way to go before you actually turn it on. So from your perspective in providing the solution, how far along are we in that process?
So I need to be a little careful because I'm sitting between 2 of my customers. So, but yes, as I said that, okay, I mean, there is a decent amount of readiness. I mean, we have been engaging with the CSPs for quite some time. So it is almost about a year ago that when we started this engagement in terms of 5G trials. So this helped us basically, to understand their entire system, their ecosystem, their processes. And this basically, formed a kind of an enabler for all of us, to get ready for 5G. So 5G readiness, we have kind of ensured for quite some time, and it is just the time, for the final leg of execution. As you said that, okay, from a supply chain perspective, from a delivery perspective, and, we will stick to our commitments, which we have made to our customers, and ensure that, okay, whatever their plans are to roll out 5G, we'll help them, in doing that.
Great. Thank you, Sandeep. So, Nuno, I mean, you've seen many 5G networks now launch around the world, right? What do you see as the tipping point in terms of, you spoke about whether it was an architecture or it was an application stack, but what do you see as the tipping point when 5G goes from being niche to actually becoming mainstream in those countries?
I think going back to the point we discussed earlier is what is really the key application, right? I fundamentally do not believe it's a consumer-driven transformation. If any, on the consumer side, I would probably see maybe a faster uptake, especially in a geography like India on FWA scenarios. But it remains to be seen from an enterprise enablement or specific industry enablement, what would be the ones that will really make this at scale. And I think as an industry, the only thing we can do is enable innovation, provide all sorts of capabilities to the ecosystem so that we can find that.
Got it, got it. And coming to Avinash, you sit in an interesting position where you have just as many developed, quote unquote, mature countries as you have developing countries. And if I remember correctly, you said 5 out of the 8 countries have launched 5G already. So can you maybe compare and contrast the developed market launches versus your emerging market launches, and what can India learn from that?
Yes, it looks like that there is a difference when you look from a number perspective. But I see, if you look at the geographies we have launched, like 4 Nordic countries, the area of operation is quite limited, right? The number of subscribers are quite limited. And then we have those kind of early investment potentials, which we could leverage there, right? But it is not like that case that we are delaying Asia because we have launched Thailand. Malaysia, as you know that it has to be that kind of a government sponsored, which will be launched, or so we can't do that. We'll be soon launching in Bangladesh also. So it's a matter of bit time that it was a bit delayed, but ultimately, if you see the use cases, the potential of use cases, I see is same whether it's a Nordics or it's India or it's a Europe, because it is going to transform the industry, right? And that's what we are strongly believing, that when we are leveraging the whole ecosystem, it's not only the 5G, it's leveraging the ecosystem. And when you go to the end user with the right solution, which he is looking for, then those because industry verticals will more or less look at similar kind of a solutions, right? And if you are able to provide them, then adoption will also be very fast. That's how at least we see.
Great. No, thank you for that, Avinash. So just do one more quick round of questions, and I think this probably will be a little bit more of a curveball. We'll start with Atul maybe this time. Are we going to make money on 5G?
My job is to deploy the network, and I'm not a finance guy, so next time I'll send a finance guy.
No. So, okay, I'll let you dodge that one. Maybe we ask, Raviji, what is your outlook in terms of, how do you guys see improvement in economics coming from 5G? And, do we see that, like we've seen from 2G, 3G to 4G, is it just, consumers asking for more at the same price, or are we going to see some differentiation this time around?
It's even not the finance guy who would know the answer of this. And as you're right, your question contains the answer. You have not seen the revenue growth when you moved from 2G to 3G to 4G to 5G, obviously. There would be some growth because of the use cases which would come from, say, enterprise segment and other segments. But as far as consumer revenue is concerned, because the paying capacity would limit the kind of revenue which you can expect from them.
So Nuno, again, is it, you've made it clear a couple of times that the real use case is enterprise. So is it because of these new enterprise use cases that you see more revenues and more ability to invest really coming in the 5G environment than what we've seen before?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, if we look at from a consumer standpoint, we've pretty much saturated all markets. If we look at it from a global perspective, as a consumer, and I'm speaking on my behalf, I will not pay more per month for a mobile service, irrespective if I can get the average, I don't know, say 30 megabits a second I get today, as opposed versus if I were to get 100 or 200, right? So I don't think the economics is in the consumer. Now, granted, there are specific consumer use cases that you could exploit, like FWA, or maybe monetizing some specific sectors. But apart from that, I do believe the revenue potential, the monetization potential is on the industries, right? It's monetizing massive scale IoTs, monetizing use cases that benefit the society and the end user doesn't realize what he's paying, is spending money on an experience which happens to be enabled by the technology. So yes.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. And then so Avinash, I mean, again, in your role in digital, which of the enterprise applications have you seen actually have the biggest impact on revenue monetization for new applications, network slicing, or whatever else it may be? Where do you see the biggest impact really coming from?
Okay. I'll not say it's an easy question. As we all discussing, will there be a single killer application? I don't think there will be a single killer application. I've given you example of defense, right? Now defense, if they adopt a public network on a private slice, now think about because they are looking for a long term, they have investment potentials. It's a very different kind of a ballgame, right? If you look at the disaster management, right? They are also for a long haul. They have a money, right? The only thing is, are we able to offer them a right use case which they can adopt? So what we are seeing is that wherever we are really trying to adopt those or showing those pilot use cases, like the port organization in Malaysia was giving example, they really see a value in that, right? Because the money they are going to save, money they are going to augment because of these use cases is significantly high. So I don't think because just application or something, people will adopt. People will adopt if they really see a value of cost saving or a revenue monetization. And that's definitely a big potential looking into 5G and all the ecosystem.
And so for the very end, Sandeep, given that obviously the network providers in the past sold networks, but for 5G, obviously we have to sell a lot more. So how are you supporting operators in creating these monetization opportunities for, say, enterprise applications or other sorts of applications where they will be able to, actually monetize the investment that they're making into 5G networks?
So from the point of view of a technology provider or a network provider, what we are trying to do is that, give them a kind of a setup on which they can build their monetization strategies. So for example, from a technology perspective, we give them things like slicing. We give them, different kind of architectures, NSA, SA. We sometimes, depending upon the needs, we try to bring, things closer to the edge. So mobile edge computing. So, from a technology perspective, we provide all these kind of enablers which help them, in kind of building their own monetization strategies.
Great. So thank you everyone for the rapid fire round of question answer. We'll hand it back over to Shashi and his team for wrapping up for the day.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for all those wonderful presentation addresses we had. So ladies and gentlemen, I would now request Mr. Shashidharan to do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation to our special guest, Lieutenant General Dr. S.P. Kochhar, Director General, COAI. Thank you very much indeed, sir. Thank you, Mr. Shashidharan, for doing the honors. I would now request Lieutenant General Dr. S.P. Kochhar to kindly do the honors of presenting token of gratitude to our eminent speakers. To our keynote speaker, Mr. Nuno Saraiva. Thank you very much indeed for the wonderful keynote presentation. To Mr. Ravi Gandhi. Thank you, sir, for the operator address. To Mr. Atul Sachdeva. Thanks, sir, for the wonderful operator address. To Mr. Avinash Mittal. Thank you very much indeed, sir. To Mr. Sandeep Saxena. Thank you, sir, for that informative industry address we had from you. And to our distinguished moderator, Mr. Kunal Bajaj. We thank General Kochhar for doing the honors. Thank you very much indeed. And now I invite Mr. Shashidharan to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, General Kocher, Director General CUI, distinguished speakers off the dais, on the dais. I don't want to take much of a time. I know Dekha Sahab wanted to say few words. Can we have a mic just for 1 minute? He was the Director Police Wireless, former Director Police Wireless. So he just wanted to share something on the police spectrum or something he wanted to share. Yes, sir. Dekha Sahab.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to share some experience and observation. In 2001, Gujarat earthquake, we faced a problem. The wirelesses came from all over the world. We could not use them in Gujarat because of frequency mismatch. So we suggested to ITU that for disaster management, frequencies should be reserved throughout the globe. After 4 years debate, ITU agreed to decide that there will be slot reserved from the disaster management purposes. Now today I was very impressed to see that point, that non-public and public integration, which we are facing in police wireless. Because police wireless is a closed-up network, so we could not talk to outside. In disaster management, this is very much a necessity. But this 5G is providing non-public public integration. That will be a big advantage to forces. Police wireless also runs some 2-3 lakhs of wireless stations. Then defense is huge number. So I see the prospects of 5G in that. And then this one, integration with satellites. Because we in BSF, I was IT communication in BSF, in border communication in border was a problem. At least video communication. So with this, we'll have a video communication from the borders also. Lot of promises to the forces also. That is the point I wanted to highlight.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I wish you all once again a happy Onam, which as I told you that today and tomorrow we are celebrating. And thanks for Yojana Madam, she is here. She is also from the state of Kerala and she is the Director of Finance of BSNL. Thank you, Madam, for coming. Thank you, General Sanjeev Sharma and his team. Be here witnessing the 5G India 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for all of you to joining us on this. So next year, we'll see you on 6G. The next event is on data center in the month of November. Tomorrow, we start at sharp at 10 o'clock and the session is chaired by none other than Colonel Vikram Tivatia, the Deputy Director General of CUI. Is already here. So we sharp 10 o'clock, we start tomorrow. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, before we all move out for the dinner, I have a small announcement for all our delegates. All our delegates are kindly requested to carry your delegate badges with you when you come over here tomorrow, so that you do not need to do any registration with us once again. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, we will have networking tree starting from 9 a.m. onwards. We request you all to be here in time so that we can begin with the proceedings sharp at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you very much indeed. Have a wonderful evening ahead. Enjoy the dinner. Have a safe drive home. Good evening and namaskar.